my gosh, this is so crazy. Okay, I think it's working now, but the beginning of this live is going to be a bunch of scary things on TikTok. But whatever it takes, I think we are actually live now on... Welcome, tap the screen. We're finally live on YouTube and Twitch, which is the most... That's only what I need a recording of this. Oh, look how fast it's working. Okay, I think everything is okay now. I uninstalled everything and reinstalled it. Give me a second to set up super chats, and then we're going to get going. Okay, we are so good now. I was like, what the is happening? Okay, we are so okay. We are live on Twitch. We are live on YouTube. Hey, Leah. I'm so glad everything's okay. Of all the days to not have a recording that goes to YouTube, this is not the day, because I'm going to talk about a lot of very sensitive things, and I don't want to appear like when I'm doing things like this and whatever. I don't know if I'm holding people accountable, but I'm just going to show everyone the research I've been doing for the last 36 hours, and you can make your own judgment, whatever. But this could be the day, MAGA, you could finally agree with something that I'm saying. This could be the day. And again, let's tap the screen. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. Oh yeah. Look. Do I have two? If I have two commas in there, sorry. I can't even read. Does it say 13? It's like 13. $1,340.75 is our new total. Do I have two commas? Is something wrong? I'm talking about oh no, it's fine. The broken computer fund. We're getting there. Thank you guys so much. I didn't do a live yesterday. One, I had to take my father to a doctor's appointment, and two, I talked about this in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, join, link in my bio, wherever you're watching from, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, X, wherever. Use the link in my bio and join the Discord. I'm trying to be very careful about what I say here. Chelsea, political mom, who's been my bestie and the only reason I ever did a live stream. I used to be like a sole content creator. And thanks to her support, I started doing live streams. I think on Monday, she brought a lawsuit to my attention, which was a lawsuit that was filed in, 2023. And it was 6 Epstein survivors that filed this lawsuit in the Southern District of New York. And Stacey Plaskett was named in that lawsuit. The interesting part of that lawsuit is that, they filed it in the Southern District of New York now. We don't get a ton of Virgin Island news. I don't know if they refiled it. The problem is this conspiracy that may or may not have led to trafficking. And when I say that, I would say in this lawsuit and the people named, there's a good chance there absolutely was a conspiracy. It just took place not in the Southern District of New York, in Manhattan, where Jeffrey Epstein's townhouse was. This is a conspiracy that took place in the Virgin Islands, which is a territory of the United States. So because they filed the lawsuit in the Southern District of New York, the judge is like, yeah, I don't think we have standing. Like, you're talking about things that primarily happened in the Virgin Islands. And here, I'm trying to fix, my chair is getting so weird. And because of that, 5 of these people never come to the U.S., and the lone one that wasn't immediately taken off the lawsuit. And I want to be very clear about everything I'm about to say today. As of now, all of the information I've seen in primary and secondary sources, I am not alleging in any way, nor do I believe that Stacey Plaskett, Representative Stacey Plaskett, non-voting delegate who represents the Virgin Islands in the United States Congress since 2014, has committed a crime in any way. The only thing I am really trying to question, and that's what I want us all to think about, is like, what is ethical, what is not ethical. There's a lot of things. There's an ethics committee inside Congress that it's not like they are a police force who's indicting people and sending them to jail. But when you are beholden to certain codes of ethics, like you are inside Congress, and then in addition, Stacey Plaskett is an attorney beholden to the ethics of the bar. So that's all. And I just want to be clear. I do not believe she has done anything illegal in any way. But in light of certain things, and I've been thinking, the last 36 hours, that's partially why I didn't do a live. I wanted to make sure whatever I was going to say about this, I was buttoned up and I did every single ounce of research, because I never want to say anything before I have a full picture of all the facts. So that's why part of the reason I didn't do a live yesterday. The other reason was I did have to take my dad to the doctor, and then I have the entire 24-hour news cycle clipped. So it's like, if I had done a live yesterday, it was right when things were getting good. So I was like, this is kind of pointless. Let's wait till I have the full picture, and then we can relive it together. Because I was just like, okay, I'm going to go do a live while all the most interesting things are happening and all the debates are happening. That's kind of pointless. So let's aggressively tap the screen. Oh yeah, Lucia, I'm getting there. I have many things to talk about, but I have so many things to say, and I want to do this calmly, clearly, and concisely. What Stacey Plaskett has been censured for in Congress is not a crime in any way. And I could give you, and this is not because I did research on it, but I could give you 10 examples off the top of my head of Republicans being texted during congressional hearings by Trump or by other people, and then using that information, and the Democratic Party or the Democratic side, the ranking member, being like, hey, can we be privy to this information? And they're like, no. And that is very unethical. I mean, and this has become, since Trump, has become a corrupt weirdo, this is the norm now. Republicans hold congressional hearings and closed door depositions where they depose people, and then that information is only given to Republicans. This has happened over and over and over. So I want to be clear about the actual text of the Stacey Plaskett censure. Oh yeah, for sure that's BS. They don't even allege any of it is unethical or a crime, because it's not, and they've done worse. But what I personally feel that I need to talk with everyone about today, this is nonpartisan, right? It's just about what's right and what's wrong, is not about the text messages on the day of that Michael Cohen hearing. I actually don't care. But to start out, in case there's people who are like, what the are we talking about? Let's all tap the screen. I'm going to update gift goals and things. And I want to play, what is it? And I haven't thought about this. Do you guys remember in 2021, 2022, how big that account was on Twitter, the recount? They're still around, do you guys remember? This account was huge in 2020, 2021. And it's Midas Touch just overtook them, and I don't even know where they are. But it's this is a blast from the past. I feel in 2021, 2022, the recount was everywhere. And now I rarely hear from them. So what I want to play is, because I thought this was very clever, the recount took that article, the Washington Post article, that talked about how they had matched up Stacey Plaskett's texts during that hearing, and at the exact times. And they actually put the text dialogue and things. So I think it's fascinating. But again, this is not really my point of... This is not really my point of contention, and it won't be. Okay. Can everyone? Oh, she wasn't censured though? That's why I'm angry. Yeah, now. Oh, I had no idea. Or perhaps I don't need you to tell me things I very clearly understand. And that's the worst part of it. The actual censure made no sense. Like, trust me, if you guys only knew how bad this truly was. I fully understand. I don't need to be informed of things I do not know about. That's not just, can we go on a journey and just trust that I understand everything that has happened in the last 24 hours and there's something important that is on my heart and mind to talk about. So just stop pretending you know more than me and just listen. God, men are so impossible. Okay, so this is the recount video. So I just want to say the original the Stacey Plaskett censure, which talks just about these texts, and that's not unethical or illegal, truly. Well, no, let me just say it's not illegal in any way, and Republicans do this constantly. If texting somebody who's been found liable or, have been credibly accused of rape is a problem, that, don't elect him president. It's super strange. So, but that's not where I'm going. I'm going to open up a whole other can of worms that people don't understand. But this is the starting point. This is what the censure of Stacey Plaskett is based on.
Over. You as my friend. I'll take it under advisement now, and it's not a problem in terms of attorney-client privilege. Yes, I will turn it over. You as my friend, Mr. Meadows, pointed out, misled this committee even today in a written submission that contradicted your testimony. You suggested you were going to review that. Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record, yes or no? Yes. Question, you helped out the president's campaign, or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman, even in your words today. It was your idea for the campaign dating back to 2011. Is that accurate, yes or no? Yes. 2011 is a year that sticks in my head. Or it's the
Are you guys not getting what's going on? There's not an echo. Are you guys not following what's happening? It's the text messages that sound. Oh, wait, hold on. No, hold on. Give me 1 second. Tell me if it's echoing. Let me start this over and tell me if it's echoing.
I'll take it under advisement now, and it's not a problem in terms of attorney-client privilege. Yes, I will turn it over. You as my friend.
I want to be clear. Yeah, it's not echo. The text message sound is this. It's not an echo, right? And I have oh, sorry. Let me don't turn my headphones down. But every other thing is muted. Let me just double check both sound mixers. It's not an echo. Words are echo. Let me try I want to try a different clip and just be clear and make sure. Tell me if you hear an echo now.
Plaskett, but amazingly alleges no misconduct. It does not allege the violation of the Constitution. It does not allege the violation of a federal law or a state law.
Not an echo. It's not an echo. So it's the way this clip is made. It's just weird, and I can't help that. It sounded weird to me when I was first listening to it. Yeah, I suspected much. And the text sounds are in the clip. They're layered over. This is the point. They are showing... What am I doing? Why am I going in the wrong direction? Sorry. They're showing the actual moments of Jeffrey Epstein's text during the congressional hearing, right? That's what's happening. But, yeah, the clip is not perfect. It's just sound is overlaid on sound. I didn't make it. But, yeah, it's not an echo.
I'll take it under advisement now, and it's not a problem in terms of attorney-client privilege. Yes, I will turn it over. You as my friend, Mr. Meadows, pointed out, misled this committee even today in a written submission that contradicted your testimony. You suggested you were going to review that. Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record, yes or no? Yes. Question, you helped out the president's campaign,
or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman, even in your words today, it was your idea for the campaign dating back to 2011. Is that accurate, yes or no?
Yes.
2011 is a year that sticks in my head. For it's the year my daughter was born, and it was the year I was diagnosed with cancer. I was not then pushing for Donald Trump to be president. I was fighting cancer.
You mentioned some individuals to my colleague from New York, Ms. Connolly, and also in your testimony about Mr.
I saw a comment. I'm just saying in the comments, someone said I wish I could read those texts. That's what's appearing here, and they are public record now. You can read them. Like, what do you mean? That's what's popping up when it dings is the text, and you can look up. I believe the Washington Post first broke this last Thursday. You can read all of them.
Eisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
You got to quickly give us as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his, and she's involved in a lot that went on.
And I yield back at this time.
Committee will now stand in recess again. We will come back. Listen up, 35 minutes.
So again, if you want to find this video where they overlaid it during the hearing, I just thought that was interesting to see the actual timing during the hearing and the text messages aligned with the hearing. I thought that was good. But the original, actually, let me just see if I have gift articles left. I do on Washington Post. So if you are in the Discord, I'm just going to @, everybody in the Discord right now and send the original, like, I believe Washington Post broke this story and were the originators of it last Thursday. And I have the article, and I'm just going to send it as a gift article in the Discord, and I'm just going to add everyone. So if you want to read it about it and figure it out, you can. But I wish this was really what we were going to be talking about, because this is nothing that you just witnessed. It doesn't matter what the texts say. Thank you so much for the gifts as well. And if you would like to contribute to my broken computer fund so I can keep, that's what this is. I am working towards a new, well, it's not new. I'm getting a couple years old computer, but you know, I'm a very savvy, I would never just overspend and take your money in that way. You know what I'm saying? And probably because I'm going to also need a new phone soon, because with like more memory on it, like these lives take up so much memory on my phone. We'll see how it goes, but everything's okay right now. So my point is, this is not my issue with Stacey Plaskett. And in my opinion, I thought it was very fascinating when she was censured. And it's just like, oh, she was texting Epstein during a hearing. And I want to clarify, because yesterday, like I said, I have the entire 24-hour news cycle clipped. And what was bothering me a lot yesterday was the lies from the GOP. This hearing was never about Epstein. I think I counted 27 Republicans in media appearances and on the House floor yesterday, lying and saying that Stacey Plaskett was texting Epstein during when Michael Cohen was testifying about Epstein. That is absolutely a lie. This is, and I'm going to go through a more detailed timeline with you that I've developed. So stay tuned for that, because I'm about to hold a bunch of people accountable. But this hearing was after Michael Cohen was indicted, right? And this is like 2019, and he's realizing like, hey, I'm going to jail. Trump has effed me. Trump is in the White House. The Democrats are holding Congress, have the majority in Congress. So Trump was at this point in the White House, and this is the first time ever when Michael Cohen, Trump's fixer, broke ranks and decided, hey, I'm going to be honest. And if you listen, if you're interested, this hearing happened on, don't quote me, but I have a very good memory. February 27th, 2019. I think, the PDF, there's transcripts you can look at, and I'm not saying they're 185 pages long. I don't think anyone's going to read those, but if you wanted to feed parts of them into an AI tool, which I was doing today, that can be very helpful. But I would suggest just go on YouTube and look up his opening remarks, and I might, if we get to it, I might play some of them, because I would like to remind people what this hearing was about, it was the first time that someone from Trump's inner circle, Cohen, had worked as Trump's fixer for a decade, and was like, hey, I'm already going to jail. I committed crimes. I'm ashamed. And this is me now making amends, and not just telling a story like MAGA always does, but saying, here's the documents, here's the evidence I have, like, let me take you on a journey step by step with primary source documents and financial records that shows you who Donald Trump is. And when you listen to his opening statement of this hearing, if you, like me, have read every single word of the Stormy Daniels trial records, court records, this was probably the first time he ever showed the evidence he had, because, he's a fixer, and at least he was smart enough to know, like, I'm watching this guy throw everyone under the bus, one after the other. So if I'm going to commit crimes, I got to save some evidence so people, so he can't just pin it all on me and say, I did it. And that was where Michael Cohen was truly brilliant, was like, he was smart enough to be like, I need to record some things. I need to save some financial records, some he had copies of checks. And this was the first time ever that the public got to see this. And it was riveting. And I'll say, I listened to his whole opening, the first 25 minutes. Like, nobody gets a 25-minute opening statement. And it was like, it's funny to watch now, because you watch congressional hearings, if someone talks more than 3 minutes, people are like, I'm going to the bathroom. And it's like, I've never seen everybody in a room so riveted and focused on the words a man are saying. And I'll show you some of that. I just clipped some of the beginning parts, but I need to talk about the things that are keeping me up at night right now. So what I want to just show, because I want to show after everything had happened yesterday and the vote, the discharge petition vote to release the Epstein files, we're only, there was one person that said no in the House. Clay, I was removed from the police force for unspeakable actions / hey, the FBI had ghost buses where they brought FBI agents and dropped them off at January 6th. And that's who stormed the Capitol, were FBI agents who were delivered there on ghost buses. That's an actual quote. Clay Higgins decided that he could not vote to, I believe in his words, sell out good people. And he is not talking about the Epstein victims. That's on brand for him. But I just want to go through, once all of that was finished, and they immediately move on to the debate on the House floor of censuring Stacey Plaskett. And that's what I want to talk about. This is just, what's this guy's name from South Carolina? He's awful. Ralph Norman. He's awful.
Whereas according to documents released from Epstein's estate during a House Committee on Oversight and Reform hearing featuring testimony from Michael Cohen, the disgraced former attorney for President Donald J. Trump, Delegate Plaskett coordinated her line of questioning with Jeffrey Epstein in real time over text messages while the hearing was underway. Whereas according
I just want to be clear. This is why I was confused about this in the beginning. None of that is a crime. You're talking about a U.S. attorney who, that's what you do. Have you ever been involved in a conspiracy? Have you ever read the court filings of a RICO case? Yeah, it's small fish to big fish. You get information for the people that work for the powerful people, so then you can use it in depositions while people are under oath to get them to tell the truth. Like, that's a very common thing. And my belief is why they have focused on that part of it is because if they said what, in my opinion, is upsetting about what Stacey... That was so cool. I've never... What is that gift? Thank you, Wayne. My favorite student in New Zealand. So again, this is Raskin. So I think it's Raskin, Jasmine Crockett, and Hakeem Jeffries that, before the vote to censure someone, you get to defend yourself. So she had 3 people defending her, and she spoke as well.
This resolution has nothing to do with that. This seems to me to be one more pathetic effort to distract and divert attention from the fact that the president's name appeared more than 1,000 times already in the small fraction of material released on Epstein, and from the failure of the majority to move to disclose this information. And it is this bipartisan group that we've had behind the discharge resolution, which has insisted on bringing this to the fore, and we've got nothing but obstruction, opposition, resistance, evasion, distraction, and diversion from the other side. And now we get one more resolution like this. This resolution has nothing more resolution like this. The resolution actually proposes a disciplinary censure against Representative Stacey Plaskett, but amazingly alleges no misconduct. It does not allege the violation of the Constitution. It does not allege the violation of a federal law or a state law or local law. It does not violate, it does not even allege a violation of the ethics rules of the House of Representatives, and yet they want to censure her and throw her off of her committee. This, a distinguished former federal prosecutor, diligent public servant, representative of the people of the Virgin Islands. Now, more resolution like...
Okay, so we're learning. Thank you for this information, which I do agree with all of this. The actual words written, they don't even allege a crime. They're just like, we're just going to censure this woman, which normally leads to an ethics probe, which I was actually like, hey, if they're going to censure her, that's a good thing. Not for the reasons they wrote down, but because I think the more research I did, and again, if you're just joining, my research and what I'm going to talk about today, which is kind of incendiary to a lot of people, is not the words written in the censure of Stacey Plaskett, but a lawsuit that political mom Chelsea brought my attention to on Monday, which was filed in 2023 in the Southern District of New York. And it was 6 Epstein survivors naming a group of people who are absolutely involved in a conspiracy in the Virgin Islands to help traffic children to, Little St. James, also known as 3PDO Island, and has been since prior to... I was trying to figure out, I was like, colloquially, in the Virgin Islands, you're going to have to look that up, MAGA. In the Virgin Islands, how long has Little St. James... Sorry, let me flap my wings. Thank you. I wish I could do this entire live with wings. It would give me more courage. Colloquially in the Virgin Islands, how long has Little St. James, which is the, 3PDO Island, how long has it been referred to as 3PDO Island? And, and can you find, I was getting my favorite chatbot teacher, DeepSeek, to give me instances in pop culture where people were referring to that. Prior to 2008, and this is going to become relevant when I tell you, again, I am not alleging that Stacey Plaskett has committed any crimes. I'm just saying, if we're going to sit in the moral high ground on the left, I just want to say, hey, should we think about what's ethical? And based on what's ethical or unethical, should there be an ethics investigation into some things? I'm not saying she spearheaded any of it, but as a result of, this censure and a lawsuit, if you have a lawsuit brought by Epstein survivors, I was thinking about this the first time I saw it because I'm like, oh my God, everyone's going to be so mad at me. I don't want to talk about this. I don't even want to look into it, But then I thought, it's like, I've been listening for the last 2 weeks of everyone saying, focus on the survivors, focus on the survivors. Like, listen to them, listen to what they're saying. And so, yeah, if somebody brings to my attention a primary source document of a lawsuit that was filed in 2023 that named Stacey Plaskett, I do think in the spirit of focus on the survivors and what they're trying to direct you to, I'm going to do due diligence, and I'm always going to bring it here to the people's receipts and just ask the questions, right? Because, and before we get to Hakeem Jeffries' part and all this is my problem. I have a problem with Hakeem Jeffries' version of the truth. When I have to look that he's gotten more money from AIPAC than any other representative, and I've defended him for a long time, but I want to say this. I think the deal with AIPAC and him is, hey, and I've talked about this and tried to explain to people, if you're the Speaker of the House or the ranking member, if you're leading, an entire Republican or Democratic caucus in the House, your job is not what people think it is. It's fundraising, and not for yourself. You need to get yourself reelected by some miracle, and your job is to collect hundreds and hundreds of millions and up to $1 billion to make sure that every person running for reelection in every midterm or every election and in the House, think of every 2 years, gets reelected. You're responsible for all that money on top of everything else you have to do. Like, you've got to produce that money. And when I looked the first time, and if you're interested in money that's being donated to people in Congress or anybody, use opensecrets.org. You can source it, and I always recommend follow the money. He is getting such an amount from AIPAC that my guess is, the deal is, let's say, because Schumer's been on the same plan for a while, right? Like, so this is my perspective, and I don't know any of this to be true, but in my perspective, I think when Hakeem Jeffries, takes over for Pelosi, because she was probably on this same plan. She's fine with all this pro-Israel AIPAC stuff, and they're like, okay, here's what we did for Nancy, right? Like, you don't have to worry at all about fundraising for yourself. We are going to provide you with all the money you need every 2 years to get reelected. Don't even worry about it. You can focus on fundraising for your, for the entire Democratic caucus. And in exchange, you have to deny reality over and over. Like, when people are like, hey, can you endorse Mom Dami? You're going to have to say, who? I'm so dumb, I can't figure out who's running for the mayor of New York City, over and over. And every time Chuck Schumer trips and falls on his face and sells the America out at a crucial time, and you're directly asked, do you think Chuck Schumer needs to go? You have to say, absolutely not. I support him in every way, right? Like, and I'm getting very impatient with the denying of reality that Hakeem Jeffries is continuing. Like, you know what I mean? If I could see a break, like, what was it, like a day before the New York City mayoral election? Hakeem Jeffries is like, oh, that one guy, I hope he wins. Like, he never said his name. Like, that's delusion. I don't want someone in charge who seems to be incapable of acknowledging reality. And what I saw last night, I was like, okay, not only is it AIPAC, but now I think we are not acknowledging some of reality. And that's what I want to make sure I say that before we continue. So again, what we are watching, if you're just joining, is after the Epstein vote, which, don't worry, I have all of those clips. This was the censure of Stacey Plaskett, which it never accused her of any crime. It just was like she was texting Epstein during the Michael Cohen hearing, right? And that's what we're talking about.
Where is the legal transgression? Are you saying anybody on your side of the aisle who had a phone call with Jeffrey Epstein should be censured? Be careful your answer there, because there's a lot more that's about to come out, right? So you should think about what is the principle behind this rush to judgment. I want to close Where is the legal
That's why I think they won't talk about the money, right? Because, not to, I don't want to give it all away in the beginning, but I want to say this. None of anything I'm about to talk about is a crime, but I do want to talk about what's appropriate or not appropriate, what's ethical and unethical, right? And when I was trying to figure out, when I saw it first, this lawsuit was brought to my attention by Political Mom, where 6 Epstein survivors were talking about a conspiracy in the Virgin Islands, which, if you're like, what? The Virgin Islands is where Little St. James is, also known as 3PDO Island, where Jeffrey, and he owned 2 of the Virgin Islands. I think there's like 50 something, and he owned 2, right? And this is because of this, I learned a lot of things. So my only question I'm trying to ask here is not, Stacey Plaskett, from the information I have now, has committed 0 crimes, and I don't think she did commit a crime. But what is appropriate? In 2008, right, Jeffrey Epstein became a convicted S offender, a known trafficker of children who admitted in court, even though he got a sweet ordeal where he got to, go to work during the day and go to jail at a minimum security prison at night for a year, he still, at that point, became a known S offender and had admitted publicly to all of his crimes. So that's when I was trying to think of now, I think people like Bill Clinton and Chuck Schumer, who took money from Epstein long before, shady. But at least he wasn't at least he didn't just publicly in 2008. He's like, yeah, I did these things. So that's, in my mind, the cutoff for if you've been taking money after the point that someone said, hey, I've been trafficking tiny little kids and coercing them into doing unspeakable things with me. That was 2008. So I'd just like to mark 2008 as the point where Jeffrey Epstein admitted to who he was and was publicly known for it.
Criminal justice has 2 parts to it. One is insisting upon legal accountability for people who do wrong. The other part of it is due process, which may be the 2 most beautiful words in the English language, certainly the 2 most beautiful words in the Constitution of the United States. It's due process that protects all of our freedoms and our rights against the arbitrary power of government and the will just to punish somebody without any process at all. But that's exactly what's going on here. Think about it. Ghislaine Maxwell had due process. She had a right to counsel. She had a right to hearing. She had a right to hear the evidence against her. She had a right to put on her case. She had a right to cross-examine. She had a right to a neutral, impartial tribunal. She had a right to unanimous verdict of a jury. And all of that she had, and she was found guilty. And that's why she was sentenced to jail for 20 years, even though Donald Trump has transferred her from a real prison to a prison camp where she's gotten very special pampered treatment, like she's in a Trump hotel. She gets room service to her cell. She gets gym privileges other inmates don't get. She gets to use the warden as a go-between with people outside of the institution and so on. But in any event, she had due process. Donald Trump had due process. He was convicted on 34 felonies, but he had the right to counsel. He had the presumption of innocence. He had a unanimous jury trial, right? They had a right to cross-examine everybody, put their own witnesses on. Now, they want to take a former United States prosecutor, the representative of the people of the Virgin Islands, and without even going to the ethics committee, much less a court, they want to arraign her on some charges based on a newspaper article that she did something lawful. However ill-advised it may have been, she took a phone call from one of her...
Let me say something. I want to point out that the only person that made a comment like this, ill-advised as it was, because it is ill-advised. And let me say, and as someone who, you guys know my passion, like my detailed research, how I have literally barely slept in 36 hours, making sure before I said anything about this, I knew everything. And here's one thing I know about Jamie Raskin. What he just said there was, yeah, inappropriate. And it is. It is inappropriate. And here's my biggest problem. And one of her defenses, which we'll get to later, is she's like, I texted him first. Yeah, that's worse. Why do you have, again, convicted offender of convicted of trafficking tiny children in 2008. This is 2019. I actually fault everyone who took money from him before 2008, but hey, there's a court ruling. He served a sentence. We now know, and I could be mad about the sweetheart deal and how all of his co-conspirators got off in it, but that was the point. We knew for absolute sure who this guy was and what he had done. So let's see, 2008, is that before or after 2019? And my real problem is not what people think. And this is the irony of this. I was talking to, you guys know Justin Covfefe House Politics? Because I was like, I need to after Chelsea and I spent 24 hours and, I'm like, here, look at this part of the lawsuit, and we were going back and forth. I'm like, I need to bounce this off someone else and figure out if I'm crazy or not, So I was talking with Justin about this and about the timeline and does this seem unethical to you? Is this something I should mention? And he's like, yes, absolutely, it's unethical. There is nobody in government, and let me be clear as it relates to Stacey Plaskett and why she's now in the situation she's in. The Virgin Islands was his safe haven outside of the United States. And that's in debates, you always heard me correcting, they'd be like, well, Trump never went to 3PDO Island, which we now know from emails may or may not be true. And because of the research I did, because of the lawsuit Political Mom showed me, now I understand why there might not be evidence of him going there because of the bribes. So prior to, I want to make sure I say this calmly. Let me take a deep breath. Prior to even when he admitted in 2008, okay, I'm a child trafficker who's done unspeakable things. He had been setting up this network in the Virgin Islands, right? So, oh no, Eric, hold on. Let me just let him up so I can make him go away. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What? You got 5 seconds.
Wow, it's been a while. You can't just say hi. How you doing?
How's your grandma?
She's actually about to be 97.
She's still with us. Okay, I love your grandma. Are you finally here to say you agree with something I've said? I don't care.
I don't think so. Sorry.
Okay, well, tell your grandma. I hope Eric's grandma is still with us. That's all I care about. Bye forever.
I will.
Okay, that's nice to hear. Anyways, let's stay on topic. So prior to 2008, and let me just be clear in case anyone here doesn't understand what I'm talking about. There was a state in the state of Florida, which Ron DeSantis absolutely should be held responsible for. Alex Acosta, the guy that negotiated the sweetheart deal for Epstein, should be held accountable for, right? The state of Florida, it was a state case, not federal, where Epstein had to admit to, yeah, I'm trafficking children and doing unspeakable things. But prior to that, he had set up his haven in the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands is not a state, right? It's a territory of the United States. That's why I believe Stacey Plaskett is absolutely a congresswoman, but I think the technical term is non-voting delegate, because the Virgin Islands doesn't have a vote. But in committee, she does. She's the ranking member of Judiciary. And that's why it pains me to say any of this, because I love this woman. I love her with all my heart. And I want to just also say, I don't think she committed a crime. I just think what we do every time an Epstein email comes out that involves Trump, we're like, guilty, he's a sicko, whatever, that we need to apply that same pressure when it seems like the left isn't being forthcoming with information. That's all I'm saying. But again, I just want to say she has committed no crimes that I've ever seen. I just think some of this stuff is unethical. So understand, she is representing the depressed economy that is the Virgin Islands, where vulnerable children are. And from 2001, Epstein is setting up a tax shelter there and a 3PDO island and safe haven that if he ever gets finally convicted or shamed into leaving the mainland U.S., he can retreat there, and have a safe place. Like, that's what I want to say.
But let me ask, if it's now the standard that just to be on a phone call with somebody establishes guilt by association, what about all the members of this body or of the U.S. Senate who were on the phone with January 6th insurrectionists and President Trump and his associates who were trying to block the certification of the election? But let me ask.
Thank you. So, and that's the point. The reason I almost never said any of this is because none of anything I'm going to say is a crime, right? But it is a result of covering up or saving Stacey Plaskett from any sort of ethics investigation. Now a real criminal. And if you've been watching the People's Receipts for a while, sometimes I cry. I'm very mean sometimes as well, but if you remember, there was a censure of there's a guy inside Congress now, a representative from Florida, who apparently almost, beat a woman until she was no longer with us. And this is very recent in 2025. And then as a result of whatever allegedly may or may not have happened, the guy's other mistress, who may or may not have won a very large pageant, discovered like, oh, wait, I'm not the only person you're cheating on your wife with. And so then he started threatening this other mistress / girlfriend with revenge porn and other unspeakable things. And then as a result of that, there was an investigation into him taking what we call contributions in kind or campaign finance violations, like this guy's accepting bribes. And then on top of that, it turns out that this man filled out, and people don't know this, it's not like you're just awarded a Bronze Star, right? You fill out an application for it and say what you did or did not do. And he filled out an application and was awarded a Bronze Star on 100% false information. Every single person in the, and I mean tale he told about how he saved people in combat for a near death, they've all been interviewed and are like, yeah, that never effing happened. So we have a person who has committed 4, count them, the woman that was beaten allegedly, the other mistress, and by the way, other than these two, he's married to a whole other person. Just want to be clear on that. Married to a whole other person. This woman that then was threatened within an inch of her life with revenge porn and other tactics if she told the truth. Then there's the campaign contributions in kind, the alleged bribes. All of this is alleged. And then there is the stolen valor. And let me say, there's a lot of Republican stolen valor. Never again. Remember the Mikey Sherrill? Like, oh, she was... remember they were like, she stolen valor. No, she just didn't rat on people that were cheating at the Naval Academy or the Air Force Academy. When we talk about real stolen valor, remember how they made up that story about John Kerry? And if you actually are a researcher and you go look at primary source documents, that's not true. This is real. I made up a bunch of shit. and named real people in that shit who have now been contacted and are like, all of this is a lie. So my problem, and the reason now I actually have to do this, is because apparently the reason there was never a vote on censuring Plaskett is because there was a backdoor agreement to protect this individual who is is not a safe person and is literally an active sitting U.S. congressperson. And the agreement was, we'll drop the censure of Corey Mills if you drop the Plaskett stuff. And that, to me, if there is an unethical thing that I've ever seen occur, you're going to allow this monster, allegedly, to stay in the United States Congress and not look into him to save someone who like I'm saying, it's not a crime. So I just want you to know where my passion is coming from and why I have done 30, like once I get into the research, I get in. Like I now have a very clear picture of the conspiracy in the Virgin Islands that was protecting Jeffrey Epstein. And I actually don't think, in part, Stacey Plaskett was, like, again, I'm going to say, I don't think she's part of it at all. But I'm going to show you what information does connect her to it. Because what is scary to me is when survivors file lawsuits against Republicans and against Donald Trump, or you know what I mean? Then all of a sudden we're all reading them, even if they've been thrown out for no standing. And my example of that is the Katie Johnson lawsuit, that talks about Trump and Epstein and a 13-year-old, And I totally believe that. I do believe that that is real. But if I believe that, then I also want to present this information of this lawsuit. If Epstein survivors are speaking, I want them to be heard. So I just want everyone to know, just stay patient, and I'm going to make all of this clear because it's not okay. And this was, Stacey Plaskett is my hero. Stacey Plaskett, Summer Lee, and Jasmine Crockett. If they're like my holy trinity of if they speak, I'm like, I love them. So again, this is before the vote that never happened on Stacey Plaskett's censure. This was Jasmine Crockett speaking. And the reason that this kind of triggered me is if you read the censure of Stacey Plaskett, what it says is she's texting Epstein during the Michael Cohen hearing, which has nothing to do with what you hear her saying. And like, this is what my issue is what she's talking about. But I'm like, that's not part of the censure. So why are you defending her in this way?
Folks who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly. Mitt Romney, the NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin, Rick Lazio. I just want to be clear. If this is the standard that we're going to make, just know we're going to expose it all. And just know that the FEC filings, they are available for everybody to review. This is absolutely ridiculous. Folks who also...
True. They're totally available. And I think more Republicans found the only available information and are clinging to it. And the available information on them is much more extensive. So I actually do agree with what she's saying, but I don't agree that we shouldn't speak plainly and just say, hey, this is icky. This happened. It's icky. I don't like it. And I want to just create this moment of transparency. I think Stacey Plaskett had a moment to be like, hey, the words written in this censure, no, that's not a crime and that's not unethical and that's BS. But as these Epstein files are going to come out, this is, me and my PR marketing background. This is this is my opinion. I'm just going to say my opinion. Based on how delusional Hakeem Jeffries has become in his defense of AIPAC, I feel like he took a similar strategy with this. Stacey Plaskett hasn't done anything wrong. So why not just be transparent and say, hey, This is something I have donated any money Jeffrey Epstein gave me, and I want to be honest and give full transparency in this moment. There is absolutely nothing untoward or weird about these texts during the Michael Cohen hearing, but what keeps me up at night is the money that I solicited and or received from Epstein. And let me set a precedent of honesty and transparency. And I'm inspired, and this is still me pretending if I was her PR crisis rep, and I'm inspired by the honesty of Marjorie Taylor Greene and of Lauren Boebert and the women standing up on the right in fear of literally being unalived. And this is no longer me speaking as Stacey Plaskett. I actually am inspired by it. And if Marjorie's going to risk it all and lose it all, and if poor Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace are going to huddle behind her. And actually, let me just say, it goes Margarine. Number 2 is now Anna Paulina Lunatic of Sanity. And these are people standing up while they're being threatened to shut their mouths and continuing to be honest about what's going on. And in the spirit of that transparency, I was hoping to see honesty in relation to any involvement that went on, and I just don't feel like the full story was given. So anyways, here is what Plaskett said in her own defense last night.
I first want to give you all a sense of what was happening that day. Everyone knows at that hearing in February, the entire country was watching. As Michael Cohen decided he was going to finally give up information about what was happening in the Trump world, the Trump enterprise. And at the beginning of that hearing, the ranking member, Jim Jordan, had the disrespect to Elijah Cummings, may he rest in peace and his name be a memory, after not allowing Mr. Jordan to shut the committee hearing down. And I turned to Mr. Jordan and told him to have respect for the chair and to basically shut up. And that moment went viral. And I began to get innumerable texts from friends, from foes, from constituents about what was happening in that hearing. And I got a text from Jeffrey Epstein, who at the time was my constituent, who was not public knowledge at that time that he was under federal investigation. And
he was, absolutely. This hearing was February 27th, 2019, and since 2008, he was an admitted, convicted child S offender who admitted to trafficking tiny little children against their will. And specifically, and like I said, I was literally using my amazing chatbot that knows all, that was created by a 40-year-old quant trader in China, to figure out when was Little St. James, which is the Virgin Islands, which she represents. There's 50 islands. Epstein owned 2. When was Little St. James, where his house was? When was that starting to be referred to as 3 PDO Island? And apparently in the Virgin Islands, that was actually well before 2008. And if you've never been to the Caribbean or to the Virgin Islands, take a trip there and figure out how small it is and how it's impossible to not know what is happening there. Oh no, hold on. Rod is the greatest said why, so why is she lying? I'm not saying she's not lying. I'm just saying I want everyone to have a fuller picture of how she knows Epstein, right? And like she gave an interview today, which I have the whole thing recorded, and I think her thing was like, he didn't text me, I texted him first. That's, why? Look, if it had been an unsaved number, and she's like, who the is this? And he's like, hi, convicted child S trafficker Jeffrey Epstein here, giving you some unsolicited advice, that might have made me feel better about the whole thing. Like, It's 7:55 a.m. They're like discussing what she should wear. And during the hearing, he's like, "You look great, by the way." And she's like, "Thanks." And let me just say this. I want to be clear because I don't think any of that makes her a bad person. And it's so ironic. Prior to the interview she did today, I was talking to Kafefi House Politics or whatever Just did last night. And I was saying, I wonder if she has a history of child abuse or trauma, because she actually reminds me of me. So I want to be clear. I'm not accusing her of anything. I'm saying when you are a child who is experiencing certain types of trauma, fawning becomes an instinct. You always hear about fight, flight, freeze, but fawn is, if you're a little child that is continuously trapped in an unsafe situation, none of those things are available. If there is an abuser near you all the time, you fawn. Which, what is fawning if you don't know? It is saying, like, I do this all the time now. It's like oh my God. I almost said something. Never mind. I was going to name someone else that we all know and be like, that's why I'm close friends with him. It is when you look around a room, and this was instilled in me as a child, find the scariest monster and you cozy up to them, right? You fawn. You basically say like, hey, when and if this person starts abusing people, it will be, not saying he's not going to abuse me, but it will be less bad for me. Or if a bunch of people don't make it, maybe I will. You're just, when I was a 2, 3, 4-year-old, there's no fight. There's no flight. I'm a toddler. There's no running down the street to escape, so your best chance of survival is to fawn. Look for the scariest person and make them your best friend. And that is how I survived my youngest years. And that's what I think. If I had to say psychologically, she, on her interview today, said that she watched her mother be abused her entire childhood. And I was like, thank you. Now I got it. She has been trained to, identify the scariest mother effer who can ruin her life with money and otherwise, and neutralize that person as it relates to her own life. None of this is a crime, right? And think about it. That's why I have a problem with, we'll get into this, we're going there, with what the government of the Virgin Islands and people representing it did. This is basically a third world depressed economy where tons of very, very poor children with no resources are, and you're setting up, he was trafficking little girls to the island, but also getting them from there. And when you are a little kid with nothing and with no options, this is why I was talking about, if you're interested in learning more, you think Jeffrey Epstein's the worst one to ever do this in the Caribbean, look up Peter Nygard. His name is Peter, spelled normally, Nygard. I think it's Nygaard. He's a Canadian. Anything Epstein has done, he's done it times 1,000. I think there's a documentary about him called Unseemly, because he was, I don't want to call him a fashion designer and no one else does. Like, he made billions of dollars because he was like, all these fashion designers focus on young people and skinny people, and I'm going to design for 50-year-old women and older, which 50-year-old women are hot as F. Like, if I showed you pictures of 50-year-old women I've made out with, you would be like, they're so hot. So, but this, when he started this, was like 1960. This guy's been terrorizing people. I think he has like a key in the Bahamas. Look into this. This is a common thing. People going to these territories or other places where they can escape accountability and literally holding people prisoner there. Like, this is very common. Anyways, I'll get into it more.
Who was sharing information with me. Now, I heard recently from someone that I was seeking advice from him. Let me tell you something. I don't need to get advice on how to question anybody from any individual. I have been a lawyer for 30 years. I have been a narcotics prosecutor in New York City. I have had the honor of being a political appointee at the Justice Department after September 11th as a Republican appointee in the Bush administration. I know how to question individuals. I know how to seek information. I have sought information from confidential informants, from murderers, from other individuals, because I want the truth, not because I need them to tell me what to say. And if you look at the transcript, you will see that I questioned Michael Cohen for 5 minutes. The Washington Post only shows you 30 seconds and takes from it one individual's name that I got from Jeffrey Epstein and didn't know who the individual was, and put that individual with a host of other individuals that I felt the committee should subpoena. They've never been subpoenaed. They've never been questioned.
Again, every word she said, I believe, not just agree with, but have looked into and is 100% the truth. And I want to be clear, I am not alleging that she is a criminal in any way. I don't think so. I just think as these Epstein emails are going to come out, and again, I agree with the survivors. We need to focus on the creepers, right? But when there is and I'm not alleging she is part of this, but I'm saying as a result of me looking into this and finding a lawsuit in the Southern District of New York from 2023 that she was named as a defendant in, then I happened upon the real conspiracy in the Virgin Islands where Epstein is bribing everybody there, literally, and by bribing I mean donating to their campaigns in order to create a situation where he can fly his PJ in and customs looks into no one. And I'm going to give you countless examples of this. So when I say he's donating to everyone's campaigns locally and, otherwise, and then it turns out she's one of these people, I am not saying that any one of these people that Epstein is donating to their campaigns is a criminal, but I'm saying when you actively solicit money from and I'm saying, let me be clear, because this is my line in the sand. I was trying to figure out how I should say this. If you, after 2008, when this man admitted in a court, I am a child S trafficker and has been labeled an S offender, and you are still knowing that he has a haven in the Virgin Islands outside of normal U.S. jurisdiction where he is bribing people and creating a situation in which he can bring children there and they are not being monitored, and then I have to see a lawsuit where 6 Epstein victims are saying as a result of this conspiracy, and one of the defendants in that conspiracy is the entire Virgin Islands government, like that created an environment where people looked the other way for me to be trafficked. And again, I don't think she committed a crime, but I think like last night was your first chance to just say like, hey, I feel icky about some things and here's what they are, right? And today in an interview, she did talk about it, and we'll get to that. But this is where I was like, okay, if we're not going to talk about any of this, and then in exchange for there never being a vote, we're going to let an actual person who in this year beat a woman up allegedly and is sitting in Congress just smiling away. That was the hostage negotiation was if Republicans, I think it was 3, if enough Republicans defect to vote with us to stop this censure, then we will drop the censure of somebody who is absolutely abhorrent and should not be allowed around anyone ever. Representative Corey Mills of Florida. And believe me, I'm going to take you on a journey of his crimes that is going to blow your mind. That's when I have to speak, because as the Democratic Party, or let's say progressives, I don't love the Democratic Party for many reasons. And this is when I have to reckon with that and be honest about it. You're putting untold people in danger, trading just what? Like, there's going to maybe someone investigates this. And now we're not going to look into Corey Mills, who's an actual monster, allegedly. Like, that scares me.
You don't want to talk about what is really happening here. Your attacks on working families, your protection of powerful predators and corporate criminals. You want to talk about texting felons. How often do you text President Donald J. Trump? That's the individual we should be concerned about. And let me tell you this.
That's the layered problem with all of this, is Trump has actively, right? Am I surprised? What you're going to have to, and again, I talked about this 3 months ago. I cried while showing you what Corey Mills had done in 2025. This isn't like, oh, he did this 7 years ago and we should all be concerned. Like, this happened this year and the Republicans in Congress have been covering it up. But like, is it important on the big scale of all of the criminals who've been credibly accused of hurting women that are actively in Trump's cabinet or actively in the Republican Party or are Donald Trump himself? Like, how do you prioritize who's the most capable of unaliving someone suddenly? I have no idea, right? And that's what's so crazy to me and pissed me off when I heard that the trade-off and why there was never a vote on her censure. I don't believe she should be censured, but I do believe this information is going to come out anyways. So what I would like to have seen her say in this moment is like, I am going to set a precedent, and whoever her PR rep is, do better. I'm going to set a precedent of transparency. I've committed no crimes. And let me tell you, like, the icky things that have happened. And I want to set this precedent so anyone else, let's all just say it now, right? Like, it's okay. None of us are criminals. Let's just be honest about things now. But let me just play devil's advocate to that. But also, this is a black woman who's going to be railroaded anyways. And that, so I also get why that's impossible. This is an impossible situation. But what I want to protect is whoever Corey Mills allegedly or allegedly not is going to hurt next.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
The point of order is you may not call the President of the United States a felon.
And I know that sounds crazy. Do you guys understand that, Mike, I'm on my knees 24 hours a day for a guy that says men shouldn't wear makeup but smears a full face of makeup on? Mike Johnson has changed the House rules, so they have to deny reality. When you hear the term, there's no engaging in personalities, that means you can't personally, let's say, call someone a bitch or whatever. But they changed the House rules, so you can't state who Donald Trump factually is. Nothing weird about that.
That is a violation.
Point of order is under consideration, and we're not going to lose order here either, so please.
May I continue? May I continue, Mr.
Members are, however, reminded to refrain, as mentioned a little while ago, from making personality commentary towards the president. The point of order is not timely, so the gentlelady is recognized.
It's not allowed to just say that Trump has been convicted of felonies. Like, that's how delusional and how spineless. And I hope there's MAGA in here because I'm going to hold the left accountable. But also, here's your chance to recognize that the right is also delusional, right? Why can't you state factual things about someone who is now the president of the United States? Now, here comes Hakeem. I have a problem with Reality Jeffries. And since now there's 732 people in here, I just want to state how I've come to this point. If you've watched the People's Receipts for a while, this is episode 121. I have been a staunch, I liked him, right? But then here's the problem. When you see it, what is it? I think it's around, and if anyone's ever interested in looking up your own Congress people or, people you're voting for, look up opensecrets.org and you can see who's benefiting. Like, I love how people think Trump's mass deportation is like helping, right? Like, that's a money grab where people in Congress have taken, I guess, campaign donations from private president groups and then taken huge positions in the stock market, betting on them increasing their value. The mass deportation is a giant money grab. I promise you. So if you're looking into anything, or the TikTok ban that made no sense, money grab. Look up all the people who took huge positions in the stock market, like betting against TikTok. Look at who received money from tech companies that might be opposed. Like, when I say every part of this mass deportation is a money grab, I genuinely, wholeheartedly mean it. Just follow the money. But here we go with Hakeem Jeffries, who has accepted, what is it? Is it it's 1.7 million from AIPAC? And, when asked normal, sane questions like, can you support Mom Dummy for election as a progressive? He says, who? Or when they ask questions like, hey, are you disappointed in Chuck Schumer selling your party out? And he's like, I support Chuck Schumer no matter what, regardless of any facts or any line of logic that can be presented to me. I'm blind, deaf, and dumb, and I just blindly support him. I have to face the facts that, and I've talked about this earlier, but now that there's 735 people in here, I'm just going to say it. Like, my belief is, right, Chuck Schumer is 100% owned by AIPAC. And I mean, I don't believe, you can look that up. Nancy Pelosi was the former speaker prior to Hakeem Jeffries, right? And she was too. And then Hakeem Jeffries comes in and they're like, here's the deal. And I explained this earlier. I'm going to say it as fast as possible. People don't understand how Congress works, and that's why you're always angry at people. But ranking members, which that's what Hakeem Jeffries currently is, because we're not in the majority. He is the ranking member of the Democratic caucus, and Mike Johnson is the Speaker of the House. Chuck Schumer is the ranking member, Democratic member of the, or ranking member of the Democratic caucus in the Senate. And so I think they went to Hakeem Jeffries and they're like, hey, your job is hard. And I said this earlier, the number one job of a Speaker of the House or of a ranking member is not what you think. It is fundraising. So all of the work you see John Thune, F that guy, but of whatever you think Hakeem, I'm not even going to pretend I think Chuck Schumer is milling around working. I think whatever, think about how many times a day Hakeem Jeffries is doing media appearances and doing all these things. That is not his job. His only job is not to raise money for his own reelection, but it's to raise money for every person in his caucus every 2 years. That's why it sucks being the House Speaker. Every 2 years, you got to raise hundreds of millions of dollars to get all these people reelected. And hypothetically, they all have their own fundraising goals, which we'll get into with Stacey Plaskett, which is how she got into this whole mess in the first place. But let's say they don't reach them. It's all on Hakeem Jeffries. So I think, nearest I can tell by my obsession with Congress, and if you've been watching the People's Receipts, you know how I am obsessed with every single thing. I think that that was the deal when Nancy Pelosi was speaker. Hey, you've got to raise hundreds of millions of dollars to get everyone in the House reelected every 2 years. Like, we'll give you the money for your own reelection, right? He gets a lot. Hakeem gets a lot of money from AIPAC. And it's like, then you can focus on taking care of everyone else. But you've got to pretend to be blind, deaf, and dumb anytime someone's like, hey, like, I'm watching this G side. Like, is it concerning to you? And he's like, I can't see it. Is there a G side going on? Like, I don't know. All I've been seeing is students and anti-Semitism. It's like, are we... That's why I think he's behaving that way. So here is, and just pointing that out because I'm tired of the, like, when he decides to just deny reality, I don't like it.
This resolution, this effort to censure Delegate Plaskett, to rip away her membership on the Intel Committee, is nothing more than a political stunt by a desperate, failed candidate for governor, trying to pander to the people back in South Carolina. Nothing more than that. You want to make the statement about who's brought disgrace to the House? The actions of this House Republican majority have brought disgrace to the House of Representatives from day one of this presidency. The reality is, if you want to talk about fealty to the Constitution and things of that nature, the House is a separate and co-equal branch of government. You don't seem to understand that. You functioned from the very beginning of your so-called majority, Mr. Speaker, not as a check and balance on an out-of-control administration, but as a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, and you are failing the American people. You failed.
I agree with every word he's saying, but my only issue with him will continue to be, until you can live in reality on every issue, it's going to be very hard for people to trust you. If you are denying a G side we're all watching and then saying, hey, like, I'm speaking the truth on everything else, but I'm just somehow blind, dumb, deaf, like, when it comes to this horrific G side we're all watching, yeah, we're going to have issues with being able to trust you. And I think that's normal. Like, I don't disagree with those words. It's just you deny reality at points. And then should we be able to trust you? I don't know.
It's a disaster. The American people are hurting. And so every week you come to the House floor now that you've returned from your 7-week taxpayer-funded vacation, and come up with another stunt to try to distract the American people. Or perhaps you were ordered by your puppet master, Donald Trump, who wants to distract the American people today, because his effort to suppress the Jeffrey Epstein files has failed spectacularly. It's a disaster. The American people are...
I agree with all of that. All of that is true. That is all factual. Totally true. But if you, and someone's like, what's a G side? Can someone in the comments help the person that's like, what's a G side? I'm not going to say the word because I'm concerned it might harm my life at this point. So I'm not saying the word, but okay. Yeah, there you go. Like, I'm talking about when you accept millions of dollars from AIPAC, what you are and are not allowed to admit to. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That and the fact he literally would not acknowledge that Mamdani existed whilst representing Brooklyn and saying, and people probably hundreds of times was like, will you endorse Mamdani? And he'd be like, who? Like, like, that's my issue when you are paid to pretend that reality does not exist. I wonder if we can trust you ever. But everything he's saying now is correct.
And let me be very clear about Stacey Plaskett. She's a woman of great intelligence and a woman of great integrity. And she deserves better than what she's receiving
from House Republican extremists. She deserves the opportunity to be heard. She deserves due process. She deserves the ability to make her case, not to be prosecuted by pettifoggers playing lawyer on the floor of the House of Representatives. Google that if you don't know what it means.
Do I not do that every day to MAGA? Be like, that's a big word. You're going to have to figure out what it means. Like, it's kind of ironic that I'm like, kind of, yeehaw, thank you for the hat. Like, that's ironic. And if you don't know, a pettifogger is an, and this is, it's not just a dumb grifter. It is specifically an inferior legal practitioner, especially one who deals with petty cases or employs dubious practices. Like, and that, like, this is why, like, Hakeem Jeffries, you're amazing. You're gonna have to figure out somewhere else to get money, because you need to be able to just be honest. And right now it seems like you're incapable of that because you are taking so much money from AIPAC. And I truly do think whenever he stops being owned and paid for by AIPAC, then he can just be the awesome person that I think he is. But as long as you continue this weird, like, oh, I have amnesia, like, has Israel done something bad to people? Yeah, I don't know where we go from here with him until he stops that. Keep tapping the screen. We're getting somewhere now. I think this is, and okay, I'm not doing that. I don't want to talk about that. Like, in that clip, he says that the only reason Stacey Plaskett was censured is because she's black, and brings up LaMonica McIver. Actually, let me just let people hear it. I just don't like it because I just think there are legitimate questions, like, around this Epstein case, and especially the representative from the Virgin Islands. Like, I think it's legitimate, not this censure. I agree with him about this censure, but I don't know that we should bring, like, I think it's okay to want the full truth.
Now, it's extraordinary to me, week after week.
Someone in the comments asked, when was she censured? She wasn't, like, this all happened last night. She wasn't censured. The reason I'm doing all this is because the vote never occurred. And that's why I'm furious, is because there was a backdoor deal between this guy and Mike. I love to cover up for violent predators Johnson. Like, that is his literal role in life, is to put women in danger. And the agreement was, hey, if you will drop the ethics investigation and censure against a guy who in 2025 allegedly beat the out of a woman within the inch of her life, who, by the way, is not the wife he's married to. And then as a result, that woman was physically assaulted allegedly by this guy who currently just is hanging out in Congress. Then a second woman, who was the second mistress, was then threatened within an inch of her life. And Courtney Mills terrorized her and said, because she didn't know about the, she sees, oh, you like almost unalive some 27-year-old woman in DC. I thought I was your mistress. Yeah, and this is a very well-known pageant winner. And then as a result of her confronting this man who is currently just sitting pretty in Congress, like, he starts threatening revenge porn against her and saying, I'm going to ruin your life and shame you and make sure you never work again if you bring up the truth about me. Again, none of these two people I've named are the woman this man is married to. And then, in addition to that, he has allegedly accepted a bunch of campaign contributions in kind, which is the technical term for bribes that are illegal. And then, in addition to that, and it's not the worst. I know it's not the worst, but like, when I show you all this, you're going to be like, what the? I always wondered how people got a Bronze Star. There is an application process you fill out, and every single word of his application is a lie. They contacted every person in the application, and they're like, what? He never saved me from shit. This man is like stolen valor, allegedly a stolen valor, bribe taking, woman terrorizing, woman beater, allegedly. And the agreement to just not have a vote against Stacey Plaskett was to let this guy off. And that is my issue. If we're not going, like, no. And I am so disturbed, but the only people currently telling the truth in Congress seem to be Margarine Taylor Greene and a Paulina lunatic, and like Lauren Boebert lurking in the shadows cheering them on. And I'm going to show you all of this, but that's why I'm upset, is because apparently you need to protect someone who's done nothing wrong so much that you would let someone who is potentially a terror, and you're like, God, that sounds like an issue. Why didn't the police indict him? Spoiler alert, I don't want to give away everything too soon. Remember Ed Martin, the interim lawyer guy running the DC office, the DC DOJ office? Remember how he couldn't end up being confirmed? You know why? Because Tom Tillis was like, I'm not going to confirm an active schmotzy. So this indictment of this current sitting U.S. representative, because he beat this woman allegedly in D.C., the indictment was sent to Ed Martin, and he's like, nope, won't do it. I'm going to cover for him. So that's why now the only avenue, it's similar to Matt Gaetz, right? Like, if you have money or power, or someone with money and power backing you, there's no evidence. And if you're wondering, if you weren't here last week when I was exposing Matt Gaetz, what we learned, and I already had read his ethics investigation when it became public, but one of the child that he trafficked, if you're interested, went to the New York Times and finally gave an interview. And she was a child who told Matt Gaetz that she was homeless, in and out of a homeless shelter, had no place to go, and was saving up money for braces because she thought if her teeth were straight, she would have more work opportunities and people would love her more. And Matt Gaetz, while actively voting against the ACA and any type of health care, gave her $400 to traffic in effort. So that's why I'm having a real struggle with people that don't want to dig into this. No, that was Matt Gaetz. I'm talking about Matt Gaetz right now, but I'm trying to paint a picture of the constant cover-ups. And read the ethics investigation. It was released in December. There's a whole table of all the money and women that were paid out. I went over it last Friday, and we were all like, I literally got was it last Friday or the Friday before? People were like, I am not okay anymore. But we have to know who these people are.
Censure after censure. And I wonder, is it just coincidence that the last 3 censures we've had on the House floor happen to involve, first, you tried to censure LaMonica MacIver. And then, Mr. Speaker, Republicans tried to censure.
Monica MacIver is the congresswoman who was doing something completely illegal, which is conducting oversight. Any congressperson can do a spot check and legally conduct oversight of any ICE detention facility in their district. Remember, I played like the minute by minute screenshots proving she never assaulted anyone. She's facing still 17 years in jail because of Alina Habba, who was determined unfit and never allowed to be a U.S. attorney. And now it's funny because just to, again, not to ruin things that I'll tell you about later, but the new Alina Habba is Lindsay Halligan, who has never tried a criminal case in her life and has indicted, who is it? James Comey, I can't, Letitia James, amazing, both lawyers who actually have tried cases. And wait, who's the third one that she just tried another, and spoiler alert also, she is like, the judge is like, you are a weirdo who has no business doing what you're doing. And so I told you about how she impaneled a grand jury who listened to her for hours while there was a court reporter taking, writing every word that was said. And they're like, no indictment. Like, that's a no. Like, not guilty, no indictment. And then she made everyone leave, changed basically the judge is like, whatever you have done, you need to tell the defense, and then right after that, I'm probably going to say you're unfit to be a lawyer, which will affect every case of everyone who's been indicted by her. Like, this is crazy town. So anything I'm going to tell you today about the things that concern me in the Democratic Party are nothing in compared to the blatant crimes being committed on the right. But when this is my view of all of this, when Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, hey, I'm going to start telling the truth, I'm going to face, a fear for life and limb, telling the truth, I'm going to drag poor Boebert and Mace and Anna Paulina Lunatic with me, and we're going to form a squad of people who are going to tell the truth, then I'm going to support them in telling the truth.
Ilhan Omar. And now we're on the floor and you're trying to censure Stacey Plaskett. What is it exactly that those three individuals have in common? House Republicans are going to have to answer for the extreme things that you continue to do. Now, it's extraordinary to me, week after week, censure after censure, and I wonder, is it just coincidence that the last three censures we've had on the House floor happen to involve, first, you tried to censure LaMonica MacGyver. And then, Mr. Speaker, Republicans tried to censure Ilhan Omar. And now we're on the floor and you're trying to censure Stacey Plaskett. What is it exactly that those three individuals have in common? House Republicans are going to have to answer for the extreme things that you continue to do.
But they're not, I agree with that, actually, but I also think they seem to be, they're indicting white men, which is not going to go so well, but I agree with that in general. Oh, here's a good moment, though, before we have to get into the real truth of the matter.
There's nothing that House Republicans can do to disgrace Stacey Plaskett because House Republicans continue to disgrace themselves. And so whatever happens later on this evening, the American people will hear from Delegate Plaskett beyond this, making her case. The people of the Virgin Islands, I'm confident, will continue to stand behind her. And we will never be lectured on issues related to accountability and transparency and principle and ethics from this group of extreme House Republicans who continue to visit a national nightmare on the American people, bending the knee to a wannabe king, doing real harm in real time, and at the end of the day, your time is coming as well. I yield back.
And could not agree more with all of that. And then they talk about the resolution to send, and then suspiciously, immediately after that, there's just this moment where Catherine Clark says, hey, if you're censuring Stacey Plaskett, we're censuring Corey Mills, who's the monster I was talking about. And then all of a sudden, here, let me just show you because I don't want you to think I'm lying. And then all of a sudden, no votes happen.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. H-Res 889. Censuring Representative Corey Mills. In the House of Representatives, resolution censuring Representative...
I don't need to listen to that. I just want you to know. So immediately after, there's suspiciously no vote. A Democrat comes up and is like, okay, you're censuring Stacey Plaskett. Here comes the Corey Mills investigation, which we are talking about an actual alleged, and let me just tell you, you guys know me. Think about, like, people are always like, why don't you ever hold Democrats accountable? Think about it. When have I? Gold Bar Bob Menendez, this Democratic senator, did I not read that indictment and show up and be like, Gold Bar Bob needs to go? Like, that man is a weirdo hiding bribes in the form of gold bars in his walls, right? Like, what about the Eric Adams indictment? Another Democrat, current mayor, or, at the time was the mayor of New York City. Did I not show up, be like, and now I'm going to tell you a story of a man who has stolen millions of dollars from the people of New York City. And I loved watching him, once he flipped and promised Trump a bunch of shit for his freedom. He's guilty. I'm just telling everyone, at any time you can look up that indictment. It is not like Billy said Eric Adams did something. He is guilty. It is crimes over the wires. He set up a straw man campaign, which is he used two wealthy donors, Turkish donors. One was not a citizen of the U.S., which is worse, and that had construction companies in New York City, and then set up straw donors. There are these small, like, I think in New York it might be like 1,000 or 2,000 each individual is the maximum donation. So these very rich people were like, I've got 50 grand for you. And then they got these straw men, they're weird workers, to say, oh, but this is coming from that person. And they have all the text messages, all the financial transactions to prove, as a matter of fact, all of this money had come from a non-American citizen, which makes it worse, outside of the U.S. He is absolutely guilty. So this is just me saying this to MAGA. Like, don't accept him over to you. Like, he's a lying grifter. But let me just say this. If you don't want Eric Adams, then you should probably, like, Eric Adams is like 1/1000th of what Donald Trump is. And you guys, so maybe Eric Adams is best over there. Like, if you're okay with being grifted and stolen from, what Eric Adams has done, which I am sure he is guilty of, in my opinion, then what Trump has done to all of you is 10,000 times worse. So you guys need to start figuring out. And I was having a conversation with someone who is full MAGA earlier today when I was running, and then the rain came. And they were like, actually, and I was shocked because this was a man, and they were like, I actually respect what Marjorine's doing. And I'm like, so you're gonna follow her? Like, this is, and he literally said to me, I think this is the new MAGA, what Margarine is doing. And I'm like, okay, if a man is going to follow Margarine, then that's what I'm saying. If we are moving in a direction of transparency, because I would advise you that Margarine is much more honest and is not trying to take from you, right? Trump is just like, how much can I grift from people? before they catch on and force me out of here. So if there is an active MAGA movement, it's like, which way should I go? You need to go in the way of people who are going to steal less from you. Like, that's just an idea. And I was shocked when I talked to this guy because we can barely speak to each other without fighting. And he's like, how do you feel about Marjorie? I'm like, I respect it. And he's like, I think she's the new MAGA. And I was like, this is the last thing I thought a right-wing bigot was going to say. And I was like, I agree. If there are actual men who will follow her, then go. Because Trump is just stealing from you. Anyways, let's get into this. This is today, which I'm glad to see people are picking up what I've been researching. So yesterday, after 5 ridiculous months of fighting, the White House and the Speaker to get Congress to finally vote to release the Epstein files, a deal was made to stop the censure of Stacey Plaskett, a Democrat delegate from the territory of the U.S. Virgin Islands, which would have also kicked her off the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence that oversees U.S. intelligence activities for texting with Epstein during an oversight committee hearing in 2019. That's actually a great paragraph, so you know. Plaskett texted with Epstein as he advised her questions during the Michael Cohen hearing, knowing his convictions and record of rape and trafficking girls and women. And that's what I can't get over. Again, in 2008, this man confessed and became a convicted S offender. When these files are released, after he was a known convicted S offender, I'm going to have problems with whoever, right or left, received money from this man. Plaskett texted with Epstein as he advised her questions during the Michael Cohen hearing, knowing his convictions and record of rape and trafficking girls and women. This was the reasons for last night's censure resolution vote. Oh, here we go. This is her. I had to screenshot this because when Margarine talks, it is so long. What was the deal that was made? 3 Republicans, and this is fact, crossed the aisle and voted with Democrats to stop the Plaskett censure resolution in a swap so that Democrats would not bring up the Corey Mills censure resolution for alleged, and she says it in the nicest way, and I promise you it's much worse, for the alleged physical assaults and threatening to release Corn on an ex-girlfriend and ethics violations and questionable military record. You, the American people, should be outraged by this against both parties. And here's the thing. If I need to agree with this woman, I will agree with her when she speaks the truth. And this is the truth. We have a monster sitting in the Republican caucus who's done unspeakable things. And again, I want to be clear. I don't think Stacey Plaskett has committed a crime, but I'm going to show you some information that might make you want to learn more. So this, and again, Marjorie's not done because her posts are so long. So why did both sides work together to stop both Plaskett and Mills censure resolutions last night in order to protect both Plaskett and Mills? Members of Congress like me never ever receive such protection and never will. And again, I don't want to agree with her, but facts. Instead of working to pass legislation that supports policies you voted for, passing our appropriations bills, and solving real crisis issues like healthcare, Congress is trapped in the quicksand of the swamp with no intention of getting out. And okay, Margarine, if this is who you are now, and you're going to need to renounce several things you said in the past, but okay. And let me show you what I'm talking about. Thank you for the hat, Trish. Let me show you, Anna Paulina Lunatic, and this discharge petition that has released the Epstein files, do you know what helped this along and has kind of set the precedent that you better never do this again? This woman, the woman I call Anna Paulina lunatic and should stop, her bravery, the first discharge petition that challenged Trump was hers. Her, Lauren Boebert, Marjorie, they defected and they got 218 signatures. You know why? Because Republicans, Democrats never had these rules, but whoever is the majority in the House sets the rules. And Anna Paulina lunatic had a baby and had to literally put her entrails back in her and sew it up and take her newborn that was still wet from being inside her body and get on a plane to not miss a vote. Because part of the Mike Johnson Christian nationalist agenda is women shouldn't be in Congress. So they're basically hey, if you have to physically be here for a vote, doesn't matter if you are giving birth, you can't do that remotely. And Anna Paulina I'm going to stop calling her lunatic because actually I think she did the right thing. She went and got all Democratic signatures and Nancy Bass and there were Republican men who signed on that said, hey, if you are not just a woman who just gave birth, but a new father, you can vote remotely for a couple months. It was 60 days. And Mike Johnson changed time. And that's a crazy thing to say. How do you change time? He literally passed a resolution that only he approved that said Congress is now one long day. And this, so let me just clear this up. Once a discharge petition has the right number of signatures, a clock starts. There's 7 days, and then there has to be a vote. That's why that vote happened yesterday. So when Anna Paulina lunatic had her signatures, instead of just voting and doing a decent thing for women who, you guys keep saying we need to have children, but then when people are having children in Congress, you do everything you can so they can't be there, right? And Mike Johnson changed the literal rules of Congress and said, Congress is now one long day, so they never voted on it. It's the most effed up thing. And that's why, and it is my belief, and by belief I mean for sure, why when this discharge petition came up, if they tried similar BS, it is us, our eyes on it, the American people that made them be honest, right? And that's why I'm saying I am obsessed with Congress because I didn't understand how much important things are happening. And when our eyes are on these people and they are forced to do the right thing, it seems like they will do the right thing. So anyways, that's my point. So this is Anna Paulina lunatic last night when no one would say the truth, and who you hear in the background is Boebert cheering her on, saying hey, this is bullshit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentlelady from Florida will state her inquiry.
I was wondering if the Speaker of the House of Representatives can explain why leadership on both sides, both Democrat and Republican, are cutting back-end deals to cover up public corruption in the House of Representatives for both Republican and Democrat members of Congress.
The gentlelady has not stated a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, but I think the American people know what happened tonight.
She means is that in exchange for not censuring Stacey Plaskett, which, yeah, she didn't commit a crime, but this is about ethics, they agreed to not do an investigation and censure a man who is a literal terrifying criminal, allegedly, who I'm going to show you evidence of now. And I will say this. Do we have a new squad? Because they just keep getting braver and braver, like Margarine, this morning. this morning writes that whole text of like, hey, this is BS. And Nancy Mace today got up and was like, nope, bringing the Corey Mills censure back. Like, this guy's a monster and we are going to hold him accountable. And if you don't want to do that, then you're a scary person protecting a monster. So I want everyone to now experience who Corey Mills is. And when I say I would not say that lightly. This man is a terrifying human being who should be held accountable.
To give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House, the form.
In case anyone doesn't know, this is Representative Yvette Clarke. She, right after the first alleged beating of a woman who was definitely not his wife, a 27-year-old woman, occurred, she was the first person to like show up on the House floor and be like, hey, we got a person who's beating women to death, allegedly, you know, like we should probably do something about him. And again, not to death, but let's say this is the real issue, and I could show you evidence or you could find it yourself. Look up Washington NBC News for the local Washington, D.C. channel. There's like an original police report, which you're going to hear her read, which is horrific. And then there are 2 more cover-ups that happen after that. 2 more separate police reports that basically cover up all of this. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if Stacey Mills is innocent, we don't need to cover up people doing unspeakable things.
In the form of a resolution as is follows. Whereas Representative Corey Mills has on several occasions conducted himself in a manner that reflects discredit upon the House of Representatives. Whereas on February 19th of 2025, Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department officers were called to resolve a private matter at Representative Corey Mills' residence, where officers were called to the 1300 block of Maryland Avenue Southwest around 1:15 p.m. for the report of an assault. Whereas the police reports obtained by NBC4 Washington confirmed that the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department was investigating Representative Corey Mills for an alleged assault of a 27-year-old woman that took place on February 19th, 2025 at the residence.
Corey Mills' wife is definitely not 27. You could look her up.
Representative Corey Mills. And whereas the first police report provided to NBC4 Washington by a source and confirmed by a second source familiar with the investigation said that the 27-year-old woman accused her significant other for over a year of having grabbed her, shoved her, and pushed her out the door. And also said the woman involved showed the officers bruises on her arm which appeared fresh. And whereas NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department identified Representative Corey Mills as the significant other of the alleged victim of assault, which alleged victim was a 27-year-old woman who was not the wife of Representative Corey Mills, and that the alleged victim let officers hear Subject 1, now identified by MPD as Mills, instruct her to lie about the origin of her bruises. Eventually, Subject 1 made contact with.
I don't know if it's clear from how she's describing it, but that's what it was. It's like there were fresh red marks and bruises, and then there were like old bruises all over her body. And he's trying, and that's why I say there is the first report, which she's talking from, and there are 2 other reports that are like, oh, some strange woman in a lobby of a apartment building like is muttering incoherently after she was removed, and this woman is probably homeless, and we don't know who she, like the cover up was happening after this. So you're hearing The information of the first report.
Police and admitted that the situation escalated from verbal to physical, but it was severe enough.
Corey Mills, when police came, and like one of the most terrifying things is like the police officer in the first report is like, when I walked into the building, I immediately knew who the victim was because she was terrified and she was physically shaking. And Corey Mills in the first report admitted that it went from verbal to physical. That's what she just said. Here, let me just go back a little so you can hear it.
Admitted that the situation escalated from verbal to physical, but it was severe enough to create bruising. Whereas on February 21st, 2025, the Washington Post also confirmed 2 D.C. police officials said that the alleged victim of assault initially told a 911 operator and police that she had been assaulted, and that officers said she also had what seemed to be visible injuries, and that while a supervisor initially classified the offense internally as a family disturbance, police commanders later learned of the incident, reviewed the reports and body cam footage from the responding officers, and classified the case as domestic violence assault. And whereas on February 21st, 2025, NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department determined that probable cause to arrest Representative Corey Mills for misdemeanor assault existed and sent an arrest warrant for
say something. If I ever tell you guys, which it's such a great story, but nobody that's involved in it but me, I only have had one interaction with the police in my life, and I was charged with misdemeanor assault, and I never touched anyone. It is so crazy to charge this man with misdemeanor assault. Like, misdemeanor assault is nothing. Like, it's a joke and it means nothing. This man did something horrible and they're like, oh yeah, okay, misdemeanor assault. That's disgusting and wrong. And I'm just saying, based on the Freedom of Information Act request.
Representative Corey Mills to the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. However, then acting United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, Ed Martin, refused to sign the arrest warrant for Representative Corey Mills and instead returned the case to the Metropolitan Police Department for further investigation.
You don't remember who Ed Martin is? He's a man who Senator from North Carolina, Tom Tillis, refused to vote for and would like find someone else. That's how Judge Boxeline Janine is now running the DC office, because he is a known schmatzi with ties to schmatzis who has given many speeches that are terrifying, and Tom Tillis is like, absolutely not. So that's why Ed Martin, oh no, don't think he's gone. He now has another job terrorizing brown people.
Whereas on July 4th, to give notice. Whereas on July 14th, 2025, a different former romantic partner of Representative Corey Mills, who was apparently in a relationship with Representative Mills from November 2021 to February of 2025, reported to authorities in Florida that Representative Mills threatened to release nude images and other intimate videos of her.
I should have said this. Now we're moving on to the revenge porn portion. So this is a different woman, girlfriend, who is not his wife, that as a result of him beating up the first woman allegedly, saw that in the news and is like, what the is going on? And as a result of her confronting allegedly Representative Corey Mills, he starts making threats of, I have all this revenge porn and I'm going to release it. That's what we're talking about now. Sorry, I should have said that.
Whereas on July 14, 2025, a different former romantic partner of Representative Corey Mills, who was apparently in a relationship with Representative Mills from November 2021 to February of 2025, reported to authorities in Florida that Representative Mills threatened to release nude images and other intimate videos of her and threatened to harm her future romantic partners in retaliation for her decision to end a relationship with Representative Mills after seeing the public records described above concerning the alleged February 2025 physical assault. Whereas in August of 2024, the Office of Congressional Conduct adopted and transmitted to the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives a report indicating that there was substantial reason to believe that Representative Corey Mills may have omitted or misrepresented required information in his financial disclosure statements. Except
Clear now what you're hearing is that he has what they call contributions in kind. Like there are campaign finance violations that they believe were him accepting money for bribes or for other nefarious purposes that are in fact illegal. So we've moved on from the first woman he beat, allegedly, the second woman who, as a result of her finding out she wasn't the only mistress. Again, none of these women are his actual wife. And let's take a moment of silence for the Republican Party of Family Values, who has a president who is been held liable for essaying, incredibly accused of essaying. What is it now? I think the last count I just saw was 29 people. So I find this hilarious. Again, keep it up. This is a man actively working in Congress right now. Praise the Lord. Praise him. Shh. Let's praise the Lord.
Excessive contributions to his campaign committee in the form of personal loans, and contributions may not have derived from Representative Corey Mills' personal funds, entered into, held, or enjoyed contracts with federal agencies while he was a member of Congress, and may have accepted through his campaign committee in-kind contributions or other contributions not lawfully made. Whereas on July...
Get into part 4. And this is what I'm trying, I'm not saying beating women is not worse, but you have to hear the stolen valor. This is real. And I'll show you an article if you want to just really dig into it. This man is a sociopath, pathological liar, allegedly, in my opinion. To do this, to literally name actual people that could be contacted and make up delusional stories. This is the Donald Trump effect. This is why, yeehaw, thank you for the hat. This is why George Santos came. This is why Corey Mills is here. Donald Trump has set a precedent that the party of family values involves beating the out of women and making up delusional lies about your service, i.e. Pete Hegseth. The man running the military is guilty of everything we're talking about now. So why should random Florida Representative Corey Mills not commit all the same crimes?
Whereas individuals who served with Representative Corey Mills have called into question the veracity of the accounts of events which formed the basis of a recommendation that Representative Corey Mills receive an award of a Bronze Star bestowed in 2021 for his service under enemy fire in Iraq in 2003. Whereas in August of 2024, Representative Corey Mills provided the Daytona Beach News with documents purporting to prove that he earned a Bronze Star with heroism, including a Department of Army Form 638 recommending Representative Corey Mills for a Bronze Star, which includes a signature from then Army Brigade Commander Arnold N. Gordon Bray. However, retired Brigadier General Bray told the Daytona Beach News Journal in August of 2024 that he did not sign a Bronze Star recommendation for Representative Corey Mills. And whereas 5 people who served with Representative Corey Mills, including 2 men who were reported as having been personally saved by Representative Corey Mills at great risk to his own life as a basis for the recommendation for his Bronze Star in the Department of the Army Form 638, disputed that Representative Corey Mills was involved in their rescue or providing life-saving care. Whereas one private first class cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, denied that Representative Corey Mills provided him any aid, and also denied his injuries were life-threatening. Whereas one sergeant cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, called the account, a fabrication, and claimed that he was not involved in any claims that Corey Mills makes about me. And whereas despite the numerous available contradictions of the accounts forming the basis of the recommendation.
By numerous, I mean I've done the research. Every person he has included in his account, meaning Corey Mills, has actively and emphatically said that he is a pathological liar. And this is the man that they traded an ethics investigation for Stacey Plaskett.
For his Bronze Star, Representative Corey Mills described the legitimate factual disputes raised by individuals he purportedly served with and rescued as, quote, slander and defamation, end quote, in a statement to the Daytona Beach News. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Representative Corey Mills be censured.
So you get the point. So that's why I'm like, okay, so you're saying, yeah, this man is a monster and is sitting around there, and we're all supposed to what? Just be like, that's fine. I guess that's okay. Let's not worry about anything. So let's all tap the screen. I'm going to tell you guys a story of why I'm concerned about whatever happened in the Virgin Islands. Again, I don't think Stacey Plaskett, based on any information I have, has committed a crime, but it scares me when we're just like, hey, we should not let Corey Mills off of anything. This man could, at any moment, unalive someone and cause real harm, and we're just like, let's not talk about that. I don't think that's okay or normal in any way. Let me pull up. Oh, here we go. It's easier for me to read from this angle. Okay. I'm going to put up, if you want to follow this, and this is like after I saw the lawsuit that Political Mom sent me, like one of the articles I felt was following a lot of this. And in this article, if you're interested in looking into it or seeing a lot of the exhibits that are in the lawsuit, there are hyperlinks to them in this article, all sorts of things. So 10 of 10 recommend. This is the article. It's Business Insider, maximum amounts allowed. This was, what is the actual, hold on. What is it? I think this came out in 2023. Like maximum amounts allowed, how Jeffrey Epstein's political donations won him and his 3PDO island a powerful ally. This was printed in 2023. So I just want to be clear, if you want to look into it, June 28th, 2023 at 8:09 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Court filings show, I'm going to try to keep up. Court filings show how Jeffrey Epstein exerted power in the U.S. Virgin Islands, 2 of which he owned, one being 3PDO Island. He generously donated to local politicians and I mean a lot, including now Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett. His consigliere, who's a woman named Cecile de Jong, whatever, you'll see. The island's first lady, her husband, like they have a governor. The head of the Virgin Islands is a governor. And this is the first lady that literally like gave him access, told him who to bribe and when. It's disgusting. Who helped him weigh in. And like the ultimate goal, and this is the most disturbing part, and that's why I'd like some like just honesty from everyone about what was going on in the Virgin Islands. This woman, who was the first lady of the governor of the Virgin Islands, was trying to make offender laws and trafficking laws more lax and was being bribed to do that. This was the highest ranking man in all the Virgin Islands. It was his wife. She was literally giving him an entire picture of who to bribe and when and how to get away with trafficking children. And like, remember, this is a very depressed, poor economy. So it's like they just sent a turkey to everyone in customs so he could land his plane with children on it and they wouldn't check. Thank you so much for the gift. It's disgusting. It was... Hold on, let me make sure I keep up. I'm going to try. It was 2018, and Representative Stacey Plaskett was running for re-election in Congress. She expected to win a third term easily, running unopposed in both the Democratic primary and general elections. The U.S. Virgin Islands, where Plaskett is from, doesn't have normal congressional representation. Can we keep tapping the screen? I hate reading, but I have to do it, and you have to keep supporting me or I'm quitting. Doesn't have normal congressional representation. Like Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico, it has a non-voting delegate. She can serve on committees, but doesn't have any say when the full House of Representatives votes on a bill. But she has a voting committee and things. She has a lot of power. Like, let me just be clear. She is the ranking member currently on the Judiciary Committee. Isn't she? Wait, no, that's right. Wait, let me think. Is Raskin the ranking member on Judiciary? And she's the ranking member on the House of Representatives, or vice versa. Anyway, she's sitting on a lot of committees. She's on the Intelligence Committee. One part of her job, however, is the same as that of every Democrat in Congress. She's expected to fundraise, and this is where my shit starts. She's expected to fundraise for the Democratic... See, this is the acronym I can never remember. The fundraise for the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. So, thank you. Please remind me of that Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, 3 C's. I can never remember it. That year's campaign cycle, the committee gave her a target of around $250,000 to raise for the organization, which recruits and supports candidates for the party. She said in a and she was deposed. This was said in a legal deposition based on the lawsuit I told you about that is Epstein survivors. Plaskett had a list, and this is her testimony. I believe she knew Epstein before this based on things and had his phone number, but this is what she said in the deposition. Plaskett had a list of people to ask for money. It included previous donors, alumni, and individuals who were interested in the same topics for which committees I sat on, she said in the deposition. On that list was Jeffrey Epstein, a financier worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Epstein owned 2 islands in the U.S. Virgin Islands. There's roughly 50 islands overall. His main residence on the island of Little St. James, also known as 3PDO Island, was lavishly furnished in the style of a resort. He even had shipped in more sand and palm trees to make it look exactly as he desired. Plaskett, and I just want to be clear, this was in 2018, wanted to persuade Epstein to donate $30,000, the maximum amount an individual could donate to a national campaign committee at the time. There was just one issue for Plaskett. Epstein was a convicted sex offender, having pled guilty 11 years earlier to soliciting 2008. To soliciting sex from a minor. Law enforcement, yeehaw, thank you for the hat. Law enforcement, and here's what I really want. Please contribute to my broken computer fund. We are like $600 away from getting there. It's super important. Because I also am probably going to need a new phone that's like, it's not going to be new, it'll be a couple of years old. But so if you want to help me, please contribute to my broken computer fund. There was just one issue for Plaskett. Epstein was a convicted sex offender, having pled guilty 11 years earlier to soliciting sex from a minor. Law enforcement had separately concluded he abused scores of underage girls at his home in Palm Beach, Florida. With the help of high-powered lawyers, Epstein got a very light sweetheart sentence, which we know about. Okay. For 2 decades, Epstein had also flexed his political muscles and exerted control. And that's what I want to say. He was literally bribing anyone there was to bribe in the U.S. Virgin Islands, halls of power. New court documents show how Territory's first lady, that is this Cecile DeJong, if anyone, in that lawsuit that the Epstein survivors brought, that named Stacey Plaskett, she was named. Her husband was named. Real people that should be prosecuted. I hope one day they're held accountable. Because all my research shows they actually made money. And that's another story we'll get into. It's so up. New court documents show how the territory's first lady steered him through political waters, guiding donations to key politicians. Epstein weighed in on an overhaul of offender laws. This woman was helping him make it easier for him to traffic children, considering putting a lawmaker on retainer, and he did. By the way, that happened, and made a customs office look the other way by simply buying all the 78 staff members turkeys for Thanksgiving. Remember, this is a depressed economy. It doesn't take much to bribe people. Plaskett, though, was focused on hitting her $250,000 fundraising goal. Again, just reminding everyone, this was 2018. A $30,000 donation was a feasible ask for Epstein. He had donated generously to Democratic politicians from the U.S. Virgin Islands for years. Sorry, I should keep this going. I should try. In exchange, recent court filings say he got, and I mean this, and a $300 million in tax incentives in the Virgin Islands, and was able to fly girls to his islands without customs batting an eye. And I just want to be clear, like the $300 million in tax incentives, and I don't know if reading this is the best way to, let me show you guys something, because I have compiled not just information from this article, but a lot of information. So I don't want to include her in things that aren't true. This is hard for me. But I want to make sure I am saying things that she's complicit in. Here we go. Let me just show you something before I read this. So again, complete timeline. And this is me and my awesome chatbot teacher that we worked together on. And this is like primaries, like all of the lawsuits I can find, all of the judgments in the lawsuit, all of the even the article I'm reading, all of this is combined to create a timeline. So phase 1, the foundation of influence, so pre-2008 to 2013. 1998, Jeffrey Epstein purchases Little St. James in the Virgin Islands. 2007 to 2015. This is the woman who did unspeakable things. This is her husband. Jean de Jong Jr. serves as governor. His wife, that's her, Cecile de Jong, Ghislaine Maxwell Jr., becomes Epstein's political consigliere, working for his Southern Trust Company. This is not a real company. And my problem when you listen to Stacey Plaskett, she says, my baseline for accepting campaign donations was whether they were made legitimately. You got your donations from Southern Trust Company, and that's not a legitimate company. So for you to still be saying that, like, that scares me. You thought they were legitimate, but this was a shell company set up to receive bribes in order to traffic women. June 30th, 2008, Jeffrey Epstein is convicted on, this is my point, before Stacey Plaskett ever knew him, Jeffrey Epstein is convicted on state charges of procuring a child for prostitution and solicitation of prostitution. He registered at that point as an S offender, circa 2007 to 2012. Now, this is my real issue. So just think, before Stacey Plaskett entered actual United States Congress politics, from 2007 to 2012, who was she, right? Remember I told you, Jeffrey Epstein from like 2001 to 2020 received $300 million in tax breaks from these people. She was general counsel. If you don't understand the title of general counsel, that is last and final decision from 2007 to 2012, last and final decision of what was ethical and what was not. The buck stopped with her. So, and I want to be clear, he received tax breaks before that, which he wasn't general counsel, but whatever tax breaks he received during this period, which we know from 2001 to 2020 was $300 million, she was approving. She serves as general counsel for it's called the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, EDA, which is approving anybody moving there, doing construction, whatever. During this time, the EDA approves $300 million in tax incentives. It's not during that time. It's over 20 years. It's over 2001 to 2020. So whatever portion she's directly responsible, I'm just pointing out, she knew, right? You're sitting there while this guy owns 2 islands in the Virgin Islands. They are known as 3PDO Island, and you are approving tax breaks for him and making it easier for him to traffic children. I'm just pointing this out. Okay, anyways, phase 2, the 2014 election. This is when she decides to run for Congress and be the representative of the Virgin Islands. June 14th, facing a tough primary against Sean Michael Malone. And here's the best part, because it's like, who the F is that and why do we care? Sean Michael Malone was a well-known politician. He was the president of the Virgin Islands Senate, and he was literally on the Senate floor saying, in 2014, think about this. So she can say she doesn't know about this, but this is what was happening, and there are emails to prove all of it. So in 2014, her opponent in the Democratic primary, was a man named Sean Michael Malone. He was the president of the Senate, and he was standing on the Senate floor screaming, Jeffrey Epstein is a 3PDO, and he's out here getting tax breaks and doing God knows what, and he needs to go. So, creepy Cecile DeJean emails Epstein. She states, and I could show you the actual email because I have it. She states, quote, Malone is, quote, nasty and needs to be defeated. And that, quote, we would have a friend in Stacey, end quote. And here's the thing. I want to be clear because I have the actual email. It's in the article I started reading because I don't want to read the fluff. I don't know if Stacey Plaskett knew that this Cecile DeJean was presenting her in that way. I know that Stacey Plaskett, after she was elected, never did anything to harm Epstein, even though the guy she was running against tried his best. So again, in the email, Epstein assents, suggesting his assistant, Leslie Groff, and lawyers, Darren Indyke and Richard Kahn, make donations, all subsequent donations to Plaskett's campaign. And that's where, and again, let me put this in the I'm going to send this to the Discord so anyone that wants this Business Insider article can have this, because this Business Insider article not only has a lot of information, but it links back to the court documents where these emails are. So in case you want to be like, let me see the emails, they're all there. And I have them in this presentation. Here we go. Wait, oh yeah, I have to, hold on, give me 1 second. Everyone. Okay. Okay, it's in the general chat. I don't know why it doesn't populate normally. It's in the general chat if you want access to that article. Epstein assents. And then this is where, and I'm saying, that's why I brought up Eric Adams earlier. That's why when I read that indictment, I was like, yeah, he's guilty. So what they're saying is, oh God, and I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it. She actively, so this is a known 3PDO who's bribing everyone in the Virgin Islands since 2008. And in 2018, actively, personally contacts him, solicits a $30,000 donation from him because she has that $250,000 goal for the DCC. And then not only solicits the donation, but personally shows up in New York in early 2018 to collect the check at his townhouse in New York. And she submits that check to the DCCC, and they're like, absolutely not. Like, we're not. This guy's a 3PDO. We are not taking the money. So I'm just telling you what happened. This all happened, and I put that, it did populate. So that article, I added everyone in the Discord, and trust me, all of the hyperlinks of the associated survivor Epstein, the emails that were submitted for evidence, you'll have it there. This is why I'm struggling with this, because I don't know why you would. So August 2014, this is when she first was running, right? And she's running against the guy that creepy Cecile DeJean is like, this guy is he's the president of the Senate, and he's on the Senate floor saying you're a 3PDO and it needs to stop. And she's like, give money to Stacey. She's a friend of ours. So Stacey Plaskett only wins that primary by 737 votes. That was the Democratic primary, one of the closest ever. An upset credited to Epstein's financial support in articles. September 5th, 2014, Plaskett and Epstein first meet in person for the first time. If you're wondering, whenever they knew each other, September 5th, 2014. Like, so for her to creepily pretend like, I don't know him, like, he's just, you know, like, anyways, I just find it all strange. Again, let me just think in my brain, because I'm not good at math. September 5th, 2014. Was he a convicted S offender who was trafficking children? Was his, you know, one of 50 plus islands, Little St. James, known as 3PDO Island at that point? I believe it was. So that's why when I heard her saying, I didn't know about the federal investigation, but did you know about what was happening where you live? I think you did. I think it's crazy to say you didn't. And I am tired of people obfuscating the truth. Just be honest. And I want to be clear. Nothing I'm saying are crimes, but it seems a little shady that you're not saying the truth. October 2014. DeJong, creepy as a seal, in an email that Epstein's Southern Trust Company, and that's why when Stacey Plaskett says in an interview, yeehaw, thank you for the hat, I only, my bar for accepting campaign money back then wasn't if someone was a convicted S offender, it was just if they had made the money illegally or legally, and she's implying that Epstein made his money legally. Let me tell you, the money that her donation, Southern Trust Co., is a shell company that was helping to traffic women. So, sorry, Stacey, the money was not being made legally. And hopefully, as we continue to follow the money, we can truly start pinpointing all of these creepers who were paying this man to bribe officials in the Virgin Islands to bring these children, tiny little kids, to that island. So again, October 2014, DeJong confirms in an email that Epstein's Southern Trust Co. will send $13,000 to the Democratic Party for Plaskett's benefit. 2013 to 2014, after leaving, that's the, what is it called? The Economic Development or whatever, you know, she was a Economic Development Authority, right? That's how she first knew of Epstein, right? Like she was on she was general counsel for the Economic Development Authority, which were providing Epstein with the tax breaks. Oh yeah. Oh my God. And let me just tell you something. So she was with the let me make sure I get this right. I have a screenshot. Hold on. I'm going to pull up my screenshot because I don't want to falsely accuse anyone of anything. She was with that Economic Development Authority. Wait. Sorry. I got to find my clips. What is happening? Sorry. Where are my... Here, there, I think. Yes, here we go. So, first, she's general counsel, which if you don't understand what general counsel is, that is the legal person that is the last and final say of, hey, is this an ethics violation? Is there a problem? Could we face like lawsuits later? She was that person, right? And then do you know what she did in between that? There was a couple years where she didn't have a job before 2014 when she ran for Congress. Oh, yeah. She somehow, ironically, was given a job where Epstein's lawyer was a partner. Like, I'm not saying any of this stuff is related. I'm just telling you the facts. And this is DeepSeek, my chatbot teacher, talking about the info. And I mean, copied and pasted every piece of every lawsuit, everything by hand. It took me hours. Based on provided articles, the Epstein-affiliated lawyer who worked at the firm Kellers, Hall, Ferguson, Croblan, PLC was Erica Kurholz, right? So when she was working at the Economic Development Authority of the Virgin Islands, Erica Curlhalls was her contact point. This explicitly stated in the Business Insider article, which notes that Plaskett was introduced to Epstein by Erica Curlhalls, a local lawyer. Furthermore, the Washington Post article from 2025 confirms her connection to Epstein, referring to her as Epstein's lawyer. This is a partner in a giant law firm, Erica Curlhalls. Therefore, the timeline entry signifies that after leaving her government position at the Economic Development Authority, Stacey Plaskett went to work at a law firm that was founded by or employed one of Jeffrey Epstein's own attorneys, further intertwining their professional circles. So whatever. I don't know, but I'm telling you that she was the general counsel for the Economic Development Authority that could give him tax breaks. Then she had a lull, and somehow this is a partner in a huge law firm, and she goes to work for them for a few years, and then in 2014 she runs for Congress. I'm just telling you. I'm not saying she owes this guy anything. I just want everyone to understand the timeline and why I find some of this stuff concerning. If you want to take a screenshot of this, just take it, because this is it. Based on the reporting from Business Insider and the Washington Post, these are things I fed line by line, because they can't just look it up by the sequence is as follows. 2007 to 2012, Stacey Plaskett serves as general counsel for the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, the agency that approved hundreds of millions in tax breaks for Epstein's companies. 2013 to 2014, immediately after leaving the EDA and before launching her campaign for Congress, she works at the private law firm Kellerhalls Ferguson Croblin. Erica Kellerhalls is Epstein's private and on-retainer attorney, the partner in that firm. The connection, a named partner at the firm, Erica Kellerhalls, was one of Jeffrey Epstein's lawyers, and a huge one in the Virgin Islands. I'm not alleging anything. None of this is criminal. I just want you to understand the connections and why I'm concerned for the survivors, because when you make yourself familiar in this way with a billionaire who's also a convicted child trafficker, I think this is everyone's story, right? I didn't do anything illegal, but I just accepted favors from him and knew him and texted with him, and then it made it really hard when people tried to hold him accountable. I think that's not a hard thing to understand. I'm super concerned that people are wait, what's going on? Do you have proof? Yeah, just read. It's super disturbing. Here, hold on. I want to find this part of the articles. Not something I already read. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. This is again back to the Business Insider article. Epstein kept up the generosity. In September that year, a consultant on Plaskett's campaign invited Epstein to 2 dinners, right? This is a guy who's a convicted child trafficker and billionaire continuing, and the rumors are everywhere, 3PDO Island. Everyone knows at this point in the Virgin Islands. So a consultant on Plaskett's campaign invited Epstein to 2 dinners on St. Thomas and St. Croix, 2 different islands, the main ones, the 2 main islands in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Epstein swiftly promised he would donate the max, but said he didn't want his name attached. And so these are emails that you can look up, and if you see, that's a hyperlink. If you look at this Business Insider article, you can see that they knowingly accepted the money from a known child trafficker who was Little St. James, was known as 3PDO Island. And if if this is all in good fun and there's nothing creepy about it, why is his contribution anonymous? Why did no one know? I'm just asking questions. At some point in fall 2018, Plaskett visited Epstein at his Manhattan mansion. Plaskett said Goff greeted her in the foyer. If you don't know, sorry, Leslie Goff is, to Epstein, Leslie Goff is Trump's Ronograph. What the guy the woman that Epstein kept texting Stacey Plaskett in the hearing and say, ask about Ronograph, Leslie Groff is Trump's Ronograph. Like, it is the person that all things go through. The email they accuse, there's a email they say is proof Hakeem Jeffries solicited money from Epstein. He didn't. Like, Epstein was just on a donor list, and I've looked into it. But it's not like the email went to Epstein. It went to Leslie Groff. At some point in fall 2018, Plaskett visited Epstein at his Manhattan mansion, right? This is fall 2018. This is September. The election is in November. That hearing is the hearing was in February, and he's arrested in July. I'm just trying to make this clear how close she was to him. At some point in fall 2018, Plaskett visited Epstein at his Manhattan mansion. A known child trafficker, she showed up at his townhouse. Plaskett said Groff greeted her at the foyer and brought her to Epstein, who was sitting at a long dining room table. This is her testimony from a deposition of the Epstein survivors. He agreed to give the full $30,000 that Plaskett had asked him to contribute to the DCCC. The committee ended up rejecting the donation. So that's what I'm saying. So there was a vetting process of the DCCC to be like, what the are you doing? Hanging around and getting 30 grand from a convicted child trafficker. But she didn't seem to have that same sense. This is a quote from her during the lawsuit deposition. He had not passed their vetting. My question is, why would you think you should have taken money from him over and over? And to the point where you're soliciting him for these large-ass donations in 2018. Quote, I was informed by my chief of staff that the DCCC informed him that Mr. Epstein's contribution would not be accepted by the DCCC. So do you think she gave the money back she had received since 2014 back immediately? She didn't. That's where a representative for Plaskett didn't respond to multiple requests for comment. Just a few months after Plaskett's 2018 reelection, federal prosecutors in Manhattan brought a sex trafficking indictment against Epstein. He unalived in jail in 2019 while awaiting trial. So he had no other chance to donate to one of Plaskett's campaigns. She did, however, accept money from him on previous occasions. Epstein donated $5,400 to Plaskett's campaigns in the 2016 campaign cycle, hitting the contribution limits for the primary and general elections. Federal FEC campaign records show he maxed out his donation to her unopposed campaign in the 2018 cycle as well. And I can tell you, I've done a lot of research on this, and there's an ABC News article that says the total of what he gave her was $8,100, but in it, separate from the $30,000 donation, she in person went and collected a check that the DCCC denied. His financial support of Plaskett's political career stretched back to 2014, the first year she won her seat in the House. It was a close campaign in the Democratic Party primary. Plaskett, then a lawyer, this is what I'm telling you, in the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, was running against the guy who was actively on the Senate floor speaking out against Epstein, who held a powerful perch as the president of the U.S. Virgin Islands. At the time, Epstein was getting political advice from Cecile DeJong, creepy creeper, Ghislaine Maxwell #2, the First Lady of the U.S. Virgin Islands. In addition to her duties as the First Lady, Cecile DeJong had a day job at Southern Trust Co., the front that was paying for the trafficking of girls. Epstein claimed to use the corporation for his philanthropic foundations, though several lawsuits have alleged it served as a vehicle for his trafficking operation. Epstein appeared to be a generous employer, paying tuition. All of Cecile DeJong's children went to private school paid for by him. And then in addition, she got a giant salary. And you can look, these are hyperlinks if you're interested in that Business Insider article. You can look up. But here's my thing. Malone DeJong wrote in a 2014 email to Epstein, was no fan of the financier. DeJong pleaded for Epstein to donate to Plaskett's campaign. And here's what I'm just saying. Can we get some more information? And to ask his rich friends to contribute more money. Malone, she said, had criticized Epstein at a recent hearing. Sean is the one who came after you in the Senate hearing last week, which I told you about. He was on the Senate floor being like, this 3PDO is a creeper and is doing unspeakable things. He is nasty and needs to be defeated. And here's my thing. And we would have a friend in Stacey. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not accusing Stacey Plaskett of anything, but I think it's fair. Like, there should be an investigation into what does that mean? What? And I do think it's clear you were a friend to him, right? We have this guy, Malone, the Speaker of the President of the Senate, who is actively screaming that Epstein was a 3PDO and needed to be ejected from the Virgin Islands, and then loses by 737 votes to Stacey Plaskett, and she never makes a similar speech after that. So yeah, I'm not saying that you did anything to help Epstein, but I think it's clear you had a very close texting relationship. You showed up. And just be clear, every single thing that involves her is after he was a convicted child trafficker. Am I crazy? Can we put a 1 in the chat if this seems weird? Like, I just want to know what people's... Am I doing too much and I should shut up? Because I will shut up. I just want to know, is this weird to anyone else? I think it's weird. Like, and she's like, I don't know. Like, this shit is weird AF. And I tried to look like, has Stacey Plaskett in the Virgin Islands ever been like, Jeffrey Epstein's a creeper, like before he was unalived and before his second arrest? She was either personally emailing him and asking him for money, or campaign people were, and inviting him to events up until his second arrest. And her excuse was, I didn't know about the federal investigation, but you knew the entire time that he was a convicted child trafficker, and you knew about 3PDO Island in the Virgin Islands. You knew about, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is, I just want us to be honest about things. Epstein assented and offered names of several associates who might donate as well. So he names people, because that's what I was saying. That 30,000 donation is crazy. That's a max donation you might have to attribute to multiple people. There's no evidence that Epstein reimbursed his associates for their donations, but the remarks raised red flags. So let me just be clear. This is what Eric Adams was doing. This is a straw man donation grift. This is illegal. Like, She went and got a 30,000, or I don't know. She went and saw Epstein and apparently collected 30,000 in donations. And all we know is he in an email said, oh, this could be divided up amongst these people. This is what Eric Adams was doing. He had Turkish businessmen who were not even citizens, some of them being like, I'll give you as much money as you want if you approve my construction products. And he's like, yeah, but the max campaign is like, donation is like $2,000 per New York City citizen. So these Turkish businessmen got their like low-level employees to give Eric Adams a check. But through text messages and through emails, we know that they're like, you hand them this at the party, but like the money I'll reimburse you. Straw man donor campaigns are illegal, and I don't know if this is one, but let me just quote. This is from the Business Insider article. There's no evidence that Epstein reimbursed his associates for their donations, but the remarks raised red flags for Stuart McHale, a lawyer, and I always talk about crew, Citizens for Responsible Ethics in Washington. That's what Norm Eason and Noah Bookbinder oversee. This is a legitimate think tank and somebody who works for them. Stuart McHale, a lawyer for government ethics watchdog Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, thank you for the hat, told Insider that if Epstein was using other people to bring more of his own money into Plaskett's campaign, it could amount to a straw donor scheme, an illegal practice of using a conduit to make political donation on someone's behalf when they've exceeded campaign finance limits. And I'm not saying that's real, but that, like, it's suspicious looking. There's enough here to raise concern. And I'm just saying, like, if I knew we were going to follow the money and really dig into where all the money came from, I might start being honest. There's enough here to raise concern. And I think the question should be asked if these individuals were actually the source, McHale said. And if they weren't, if this was actually Jeffrey Epstein's money that was passed through them. Because during this time, right, it's the same way the DCCC, like, she went to his townhouse. Nobody shows up at a convicted child trafficker's townhouse in New York who lives in the Virgin Islands, and only business on the mainland is in DC if they aren't friends in some way, and is still delusional enough years after he's a child trafficker to pick up a check for $30K and give it for the DCCC, upon which they're like, yeah, no thank you, are you okay? Am I creating a picture that makes me very uncertain of what's going on? Like, a lawyer representing Indike and Khan said they weren't reimbursed for the donations. An attorney representing Groff declined to comment. And all of this is like, maybe they, like, right, you know, this is, again, when she showed up at his house was September 2018. That hearing, the Michael Cohen hearing, when she's getting texts from Epstein, is February 2019. And then July 2019 is when he's arrested. So think, yeah, he had a lot going on. Maybe he wasn't reimbursing people. Like, I'm just pointing a bunch of things out that make me wonder what the is going on. Do you guys find this important? Like, I just think if the Democratic Party in Congress wants to be the party of transparency, then tell the whole story. Tell the story and say that, like, so that's my point. Now that you see, like, the conspiracy in the Virgin Islands, which goes on, and I could tell you a lot more information about it, like, the people named in that lawsuit in the that was filed in the Southern District of New York, it was the Dijon Cecile and the husband that was the actual governor of the Virgin Islands, the current governor, like it was all these powerful people and then her. And I'm not saying she was doing as much as the rest, because I actually don't think she was, but you cultivated a friendly relationship with this guy and sat there and hung out with him like nothing at all was wrong or going. And then you're like, and I agree, it's not a problem that you got texts from him, but tell the rest of the story. Like, and that's my point. I guess my thesis statement of all of this is soliciting campaign donations from someone who is a known child trafficker who has developed a safe haven and $300 million in tax benefits in a territory of the United States in a depressed economy and is trafficking children there. Like, is that an okay part to leave out? That after he was a known child trafficker and a convicted sex offender, you established a relationship with him, helped him get a bunch of tax benefits, and then had a relationship where you had his personal phone number and he was saying what you should wear at 7:55 a.m. and then during the hearing saying, you look beautiful, and you say thanks. Let me just say, to me, that's a groomer grooming her. And I think once she told me, and let me play this interview for you guys that she gave today. So now you've heard, I think, the most important parts about what I know. There's a lot more, but these are the things that are keeping me up. She did an interview on CNN today, and I have the entire thing. So I want to show you, and just, we can just determine, like, what do you think? Like, I want to just point out, I'm not saying she did a crime, but I think that if once these more information comes out, and more importantly, we follow the money, if you are taking money from someone who in 2008 said, I am guilty of trafficking children, and then you're like, you start your political career after that, and are like, hey, like, can I have some money? I'm always going, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. I'll never get it, and I don't understand it. And also, the buck stops with you, right? If you have people working for you, you got to say, hey, when you're soliciting donations, if someone is a prolific abuser of children, that's going to be a no. And the only time the vetting process worked was when she tried to hand over, she showed up at a child trafficker's townhouse in New York, collected a check, and then tried to give it to the DCCC, and their vetting was like, yeah, no thank you. Like, and oh, wait, let me show you one other thing that, I don't know, it just bothered me. Like, she said on the House floor that she donated the money to a charity. They had to ask her, I think they asked her assistant 2 times if she would, yeah, here we go. It's documented, and she can sue these people if it's a lie, but they had to contact her Democratic Congresswoman, unlikely to return contribution from accused child creeper Epstein. Epstein, who owns an entire private island in the Virgin Islands called Little St. James, contributed funds to Representative Stacey Plaskett, according to an FEC commission record. Epstein has been accused of, what we know. Plaskett, okay, that's not the facts. Here we go. Here we go. Mike McCurry, who's a spokesperson, the first time they asked, I'm pretty sure she's not. A spokesperson, Mike McCurry, for Plaskett's office told CNBC she has no immediate plans to refund the donation. I'm pretty sure she's not, he said, and later confirmed. So there's a second call. He confirmed in a follow-up call to verify her position that his boss is unlikely to return the contribution. He declined to comment further about the investigation and how Plaskett knew Epstein. Steal the Virgin, yeah, we already know all this. And then later, right, immediately after that, I think she got some advice and then was like, oh, I'm donating it to a charity. But I just think it is important to know that this was actively documented, that twice they talked to a representative who was asking her, and she's like, yeah, no, I think I'll keep it. Like, are you going to... And this is as Hakeem Jeffries screamed at us all from the House floor, this is a U.S. attorney beholden to the ethics of the bar. So, in what world would you not give it back? I'm just saying, these are just things in the public domain. This is the people's receipts. I love Stacey Plaskett. She is one of my idols. I don't think any of this is criminal, but when I have to dig in and find this information that you had to be asked twice and you're like, yeah, I'm going to keep it. And then you're like, oh, just kidding. I think I'm going to have to she donated it to a charity, which when I show you this interview, she's not going to tell this story of actually twice the press asked me to give it back. And I was like, oh, no. She's going to be like, I donated it all to charity. But it's like, I want everyone to know that that was not the initial response. And that's what concerns me is like, why are we not interested in more honesty? Like, we can't expect honesty from the right if we're not just telling the story correctly.
All right. Well, we are just learning that the Senate has now sent over that legislation on releasing the Jeffrey Epstein files over to the president's desk. We're monitoring that. Also, you have, this ongoing Epstein saga, Wolf.
And there's a lot of drama still unfolding. The Epstein saga hasn't been without controversy for Democrats as well. The House last night narrowly rejected a Republican effort to censure our next guest, Democratic delegate Stacey Plaskett, over a text she exchanged with Epstein during a 2019 congressional hearing with President Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen. 3 Republicans joined all Democrats to defeat the effort to remove her from the House Intelligence Committee, with another 3 voting present. Congressman Stacey Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands is joining us right now. You're a delegate, a non-voting delegate right now. Tell us.
This was today. So this is today, and this is her, and she does actually, in a very muted way, she does address, all of it. I mean, not all of what I told you, but you know what I mean, accepting campaign donations. But you tell me, is this an accurate representation of any of it? I don't know.
A little bit about your reaction to all these late developments.
Well, first I want to thank the Democrats, the Democratic caucus, not only for voting with me, but for speaking on my behalf during the general debate, as well as those members in the Republican Party who voted with the Democrats, and those who tacitly voted with us by either voting present or not voting at all during the censure. And I'm hopeful that we can now get back to the work that we do in Congress, rather than the political theater that has been happening. The files have been released, which I have been in favor of all along, and let's let the victims get their justice and let us get to the work of Congress. We've been on over a 70-day paid time off. Democrats have been doing town halls, coming back to Congress. Republicans have been nowhere in sight, and the people of this country are in need of our support and of the work that needs to be done.
We know that Epstein had property in the Virgin Islands, right?
Yes.
What was your relationship with Epstein?
So Jeffrey Epstein was a constituent. He was a resident of the Virgin Islands, lived there, I guess, more than half of the year because he was registered there.
He was a constituent. I can't with that. I don't like it. I don't know. I don't like any of this. Personally, but I just want to be clear again. She hasn't committed crimes. There's no crime involved with any of this. It's not a crime, but in my opinion, I want to know, after Jeffrey Epstein became a convicted child trafficker and sex offender in 2008, who took money from him, and by took money, I also mean actively solicited. Like if you use that Business Insider article I put in the Discord, you can find the exhibits. There are hyperlinks to the exhibits in the lawsuits that 6 Epstein survivors brought. Like, she personally emailed him. So, again, none of this is a crime, and I think it might be a distraction, and that's why I was like, maybe I should just not say any of this. But I think, like, we need to just have some line in the sand. Like, to me, let's not, on the left, go and solicit donations from convicted, admitted child sex traffickers. That's my kind of line in the sand. So for me, after 2008, if people... yeah, I know who Jean-Luc Brunel is. Yeah, I know who Jean-Luc Brunel is. If people actively were like, yay, and texting Epstein after 2008, I'm gonna side-eye you. I am. Like, what?
Received donations from him after the last investigation
Let's not
came out.
brush over when she
which was
confesses it.
What was your relationship with Epstein?
So Jeffrey Epstein was a constituent. He was a resident of the Virgin Islands, lived there, I guess, more than half of the year because he was registered there. I had received donations from him after the last investigation came out, which was after this texting.
Saying that's her admission. That's the way she admitted. After, in 2008, he was a convicted 3PDO child trafficker, offender. I took his money. I don't know. I feel like you should say it more like in a way you're sorry. Personally,
Let's get to the work of Congress. We've been on over a 70-day paid time off. Democrats have been doing town halls, coming back to Congress. Republicans have been nowhere in sight. And the people of this country are in need of our support and of the work that needs to be done.
We know that Epstein had, property in the Virgin Islands, right?
Yes.
What was your relationship with Epstein?
So Jeffrey Epstein was a constituent. He was a resident of the Virgin Islands, lived there, I guess, more than half of the year because he was registered there. I had received donations from him after the last investigation came out, which was after this texting. I gave any donations that I previously received from him to women's organizations and did not have any contact with him. But
after she refused to twice when she was questioned by the press 2 times, which is referenced in a article that by CNBC that they twice called and her rep said, yeah, I think she's going to keep it, and then got some advice from a sane person and donated the money. Like, I just don't feel like anyone's grasping, like, this is how, and I want to be clear because I'm very passionate because I was abused as a child in a similar way to Epstein's victims. And I'm trying to tell you, this type of okay, so nothing she did was illegal, but you cozied up to him, you texted him like you were friends, you took money from him. It is this quid pro quo relationship that is not illegal in any way, but allows these people to continue thriving. And I'm saying the crazy part is after being a convicted offender against children, trafficking children, and you cozied up to him for years and took his money. This is why it continued to happen. This is why people named you in a lawsuit. And I agree, that lawsuit should have been dismissed against you. Like, you've done nothing illegal, but have you done something unethical? In my opinion, absolutely.
Like many constituents, individuals get your phone number, they text you about issues, they speak with you. I have spoken with him about issues that are relevant, things that are going on in the Virgin Islands and elsewhere around the country.
Right, but on that day that we're talking about, you initiated the text exchange at 7:55 in the morning So why were you even texting with Epstein at the time? He was a known sex offender then.
Sure. I explained to people, I've been a prosecutor for many years. And there are a lot of people who have information.
Prosecutors accept campaign donations from child traffickers. Like, this does not make sense. You're a prosecutor doing your job. Well, if you hadn't solicited actively, if I hadn't seen the emails you sent asking for money, and then if you hadn't, let's say hypothetically, shown up at his townhouse in New York City to collect that check, I might believe this story. But not all of this makes sense.
That are not your friends, that you use to get information to get at the truth. This was 7 years ago, and people need to understand this was a huge hearing that was taking place with Michael Cohen finally coming forward to talk about monies that he had with the hush money, potential hush money that had been paid to Stormy Daniels to keep her quiet about the allegations against Trump. We were entering a hearing. Lots of people were texting me. Lots of people were giving me information. And I find it really interesting and almost...
And show those texts. I would like to see them if that's true. Because I've done literally probably 36 hours of straight research on this. And I do think and you're going to hear her talk about her mom being a victim of abuse. And I think she's fawning. I think she's doing what I used to do, which is find the most dangerous person in the room and establish a relationship with them. But she needs to be like, this would be your chance to like say any part of what I told you guys. Be like, hey, all of this is disgusting. Like, I sat on an economic development authority that, during my time there approved, let's say, based on the years in which it took to gain the $300 million in tax breaks in the Virgin Islands, she probably was sitting there as general counsel while at least a quarter, 20% to 25% were approved, and be like, hey, that's gross. Any money I ever took from him is gross. And there's a lot of records about it. And so when you see them, it is gross.
That the Washington Post took 30 seconds, one set of question line that I did, and say that Epstein was directing me as to what to question Michael Cohen. I have 5 minutes of questioning. I had a lot of questions, 20 years of experience that I had at the time, along with other information I was getting from many sources about issues that should have been raised. And I also want to say that the issues that I raised in that hearing related to individuals who were closest to the president and who could know about money.
All right.
This is the second part, sorry. Oh, wait, no, I went the wrong way. Am I going? Wait, what did I do? Oh, sorry. I just scrolled past the second part.
It's never been looked into.
Right, we have the full transcript right here, but, no doubt you have an impressive resume, right? You're a former federal prosecutor, you were an impeachment manager. But yes or no, if Epstein had not brought up Rona to you in that text, would you have asked Michael Cohen about her independently?
Probably not. I asked about 3 other individuals as well.
Can we see those texts? Because I'm having trouble based on my own investigation into what you're saying to believe any of it. And also, I don't care because here's the thing. Those texts are basic. You can Google Rona Graff and find out who she is. I've known who she was before this hearing. Everyone knows who she is. She is the woman Stacey Plaskett used to go through to talk to Epstein. Her name was Leslie Groff, ironically, is the Epstein equivalent to Rona Graff, Trump's person. And she was front and center in the Stormy Daniels trial. She had to testify like she knows everything about Trump. There's always one of those. But like, I just think, and I said this earlier in the week, there is power in accountability. There's power in saying like, hey, here is everything I know, the icky parts and all. Like, this is he gave me money. I feel gross about it. Like, it's disgusting. But I want you guys to know all of the truth. And I want to set a precedent that it's okay to tell the truth. Right? And instead, she avoided a censure vote on something unrelated to any of the evidence I've shown you guys today, in exchange for an actual abuser to get out of facing accountability. And that's, if she was me and I'm sitting there and they're like, okay, hey, we're going to save you from being censured, but this guy who beat a woman up in February and did unspeakable other things, we're just going to let all of it go in exchange for your safety. I'd be like, absolutely not. Censure the absolute F out of me. Like, we're not letting a guy that hits women go because of this.
Everyone knew, other people knew that this woman had been the president's assistant. I talked about other individuals who were also close to him that other people had given me information about, that I'd found other information about. And there were other issues that I talked with him about as well, Michael Cohen, that I brought up during that time.
Right.
So as a prosecutor, as an investigator, you glean information, get information where you can. Some of it is relevant, some of it is not, and you put it all together and you ask the questions.
And I understand you're saying, look, he was a constituent, right? And whether or not they're good or bad, you're just trying to get information to get to the truth. But at this time, this was happening after he had already pleaded guilty to state prostitution charges. And then there was that Miami Herald article that came out in 2018 detailing how widespread the sexual abuse was, interviewing 80 women who said that he sexually abused her. So, abused them, I should say. So I'm wondering.
It wasn't state prostitution. It was child. It was admitting to trafficking a child. I just want to, he registered as of 2008 as a sex offender. Like, the way she's wording it, like, let's say what it was. You decided to buddy up to text with, and to accept thousands of dollars from a man who had pled guilty and was a sex offender. Now, that's something and I think it's my own personal problems. Like, maybe not everyone feels that way, that like that's a hill you can't climb. But to me, who as a child was sexually abused, there's no way I can overcome that.
As you look back, do you think that it was an error in judgment to be communicating with him at all? Do you have any regrets?
Well, listen, I think Jeffrey Epstein is a reprehensible person. Absolutely disgusting. I lived in a house during childhood with a mother who had been sexually abused by her dad.
You to notice, the question was it wrong you were communicating with him? And she doesn't answer. Like, this is my problem. I'm going to show you clips where Hakeem Jeffries refuses to answer. Just say it. Absolutely, it's wrong. In retrospect, yeah. I have childhood trauma that leads me to fawn and cozy up to abusers, and that's not okay. And then I'd be like, okay, cool, she gets it.
At all. Do you have any regrets?
Well, listen, I think Jeffrey Epstein is a reprehensible person. Absolutely disgusting. I lived in a house during childhood with a mother who had been sexually abused by her dad. And I know the effect that had on her, as well as us as her family. And so I understand what the victims are going through, and I want them to get their their justice, their peace out of this.
So knowing all that, you just heard her say all that, this was today. So you solicited donations from him after he had admitted to being a child trafficker. You personally emailed him and had your team continue to email him. And then right before he was arrested the second time, you showed up at his townhouse for a $30,000 check that the DCCC was like, what the no, thank you. Like, we're not taking money from this guy. And then it turns out you're texting him like you guys are besties, and he's like, oh yeah, like the outfit we picked out works for you. Like, not, these things don't make sense, and that's what I want everyone to see. Like, none of this actually jives with the facts.
Believe that Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having a friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what we as American people should do, is move forward. If individuals are not involved in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just better understand.
Clarify what she said. She said that I'm not, and I agree, nothing she has done is criminal. In my mind, a lot of it is very unethical and is something you should just address and say, all of this happened. This could be related to my childhood trauma. It is icky. I don't like it. I donated all the money the third time reporters asked me to. I refused the first 2 times, and that's icky too. But here we are. You know what I mean? None of that is illegal, and I agree. No crimes committed here. But now you show up today and do this interview, and that's your story? Like, do you hear her? I'm moving forward. I'm moving forward. Wait till I show you this interview from Kim Jeffries, where Caitlin Collins asked him like 5 times to answer a similar question. He's like, I'm not, just pretends like no one can hear. Stop trying to, we can't, and this is just, I'm going to say this, we cannot hold people accountable if we can't hold ourselves accountable. And like, I just want to be clear, I'm a shitbag person who, for like, once I left Division One athletics to like 10 years later, was a lost soul who just was a shitbag to everyone I encountered. And when anyone wants to publicly be like, this is what she did to me, I'll be like, yeah, I'm a shitbag who probably did that, even if I remember it or not. Like, that happened. Like, stop. You can't sit in the moral high ground if you can't own your shit. Like, none of us can. And there is such power and accountability. And she's like, I don't know, like, whatever. I don't personally know how we can ask anyone else. And from where I sit now, Marjorie Taylor Greene has taken accountability, and it seems to be a truth teller. You know what I'm saying? And as long as she's just gonna say the truth, like, stop. Tell the truth. Say what you did. Say, hey, I actively submitted donations from a person who was a convicted and admitted child trafficker. I helped approve tax breaks for him on 3PDO Island, and then I got a job where his personal lawyer was a mother effing partner for 2 years. In between the time I left the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority and running for Congress, I somehow, and I'm saying this is an entire coincidence, but Jeffrey Epstein's personal lawyer, who was a partner in a law firm, somehow this woman ended up working at that law firm for 2 years, and then in 2014 she is a candidate for Congress. Is anyone grasping what I am telling you? This is the reality of how she got to where she is, and I'm not, just say it. Just say all of this is coincidental. This is how it happened. I'm just telling you. Don't make me say it. Like, this is crazy. His personal lawyer, Erica, Keller Halls or whatever, and then you show up after you're done approving the whatever portion of the $300 million tax credits when you were the general counsel for the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, and then in the 2-year interim between that and you starting to run for Congress, you get a job at the law firm where Jeffrey Epstein's personal lawyer is a named partner. Look, this is all could be a coincidence, but I'm asking you why she won't say any of it. Why won't she say it? If it's all in good fun, why won't she say it? And don't make me do this. I fucking hate this. And I hate that I texted other leftist creators and tried to be like, have you seen this? Like, we should all talk about it. And like, nobody would respond to me. Like, why doesn't anyone care that we're not being honest? We can't hold other people accountable when we're sitting here not saying the truth.
What is that point? Because at the time he was a known sex offender and it had been detailed all the sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes, and as a prosecutor, you get information from people where you
can. I've watched this part like 6 times. Let's listen to this question because it's important.
Sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes, and as a moving forward.
Correct.
Friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what we as American people should do, is move forward. If individuals are not involved in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just...
Should have let it play so I could make my point, but let me say something else. What she just said is the problem, right? You are not doing anything criminal, but you're receiving consistent campaign donations or consistent support from a man that since 2008 has been admittedly a child sex trafficker. And that was the entire conspiracy in the Virgin Islands. He was very legally donating to every single local politician's campaigns that creepy Ghislaine number 2, Cecile DeJong, told him to, right? All it took in customs so he could bring everyone in was a turkey on Thanksgiving for each one of these very poor people, right? Like, none of this is illegal, but when you accept donations from a person who is a known S trafficker and everyone else does too, now you are creating a problem. Does everyone get this? Like, yeah, you didn't do something illegal, but when not just one of you exists, but when every politician in the Virgin Islands does exactly what you do, there's nobody to hold him accountable. And I start